Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. It's 10 o'clock now. And morning, Minister, the DM, and the DG, and your entire team, and officials from both the committee and the Department of Home Affairs. We convened today to reflect on the work that we've already received a report or presentation in relation to the first quarter and the second quarter and the third quarter last week, and members engaged with the issues that have arisen from that point. We have then made sure that we schedule provincial management to directly interface with the portfolio committee. As you know, that we have conducted oversight in various provinces. During our public hearings, we had an opportunity to conduct unannounced visits to your offices throughout the country, where progress has been noted. We must be appreciative, Minister and the DM, in terms of the services on the ground. Where challenges have been identified, I think members will raise them, and yourselves as the team provincial, you'll be able to engage with the members of the portfolio committee. It is a very important meeting. It gives you an opportunity, in particular the provincial managers, to identify progress in relation to a strategic overview of the department, but also challenges that you are confronted with at the level of the province. You need to be free. I know that because you are accompanied by your seniors, it may be, you may be intimidated. When the minister and the DMs here and the DG, you are likely to batter the information. So you are allowed to, because collectively you assist both the committee and the executive at that level to understand the challenges that you are facing. We know the challenges, obviously, because we interact with members of the society. I think it's important that we then manage to rise to that occasion. We've just from Limpopo recently, and we have members have seen what is on the ground. One of the things that you must know, that when you interact with the committee, at least you must be alert that the information is in our hands. So there's no way we can you can batter the information. Because it assists yourselves, but also it assists us to make sure that services are rendered to the community. We are fully aware that on the budget constraints of all departments, but at least priorities may need to be directed towards responding to service delivery. The legacy report of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs does indicate that there was work that was initiated. In fact, I must applaud the previous committee and also members who have initiated certain interventions that are confronted by Department of Home Affairs Minister and the DM in relation to the corrupt activities, both syndicates that are within and outside the department who are rendering services parallel to what the department has been assigned to. To that effect, you are fully aware that that legacy report does indicate that the committee had a concern about corrupt activities in relation to the permitting, selling of undocumented documents, and any other illegal activities that are outside the framework of the department. The Dr. Lubisi was then appointed by that time with the team to investigate such activities. And I'm sure you're fully aware yourselves as the management and the committee that subsequent to that, there was an initiative to invoke the SIU to interact with the department, but also to initiate to appoint the multidisciplinary committee to work with all law enforcement agencies to make sure that we work against that which we have identified as the committee. So that legacy report does indicate, and that report that was presented by Dr. Lubisi and his team has exposed Minister and the TM parallel work that both the syndicates who are within our jurisdiction and outside are continuously working and weakening the system of Department of Home Affairs. You'll also recall that we also did initiated that legacy report, talked to the appointment of Dr. Ngumbi to investigate the chaos at government printing works. And that those recommendations has made sure that at least we move to stabilize the government printing works, and also the work that the counter-corruption is currently working on and doing. This committee has also taken a decision that we must, at a particular point, continuously interact, Minister and the TM, with the counter-corruption unit so that we understand the implementation of the work that this committee have been doing. I'm raising these indicators to demonstrate the work that has been done for a period of time and the implementation. I'm fully aware that you have received a report on the SIU and will be expecting a full detail in terms of the overall indicators and the plan moving forward. So this is the good work that we must appreciate from the ground of our officials. You recall that when we conducted oversight, Honorable Ngubane in Home Affairs, we went to a permitting area there where a few of your investigators, and they can demonstrate that they're up to the task to make sure that any other issue that arise as corrupt activities, they're working. Few of them with limited resources, but again able to collaborate, work with the law enforcement agencies. So we must take our appreciation to those officials. It must not shock anyone that
provincial managers and senior officials. Chair, firstly, to register my apology, I will be leaving to the National Security Council probably at 11:30 with the minister as well. But I can take then the opportunity to introduce our delegation, Chair, through you. Next to me, it's DDG Tulani Mavuso, responsible for operations. So in terms of our structure, the provinces actually report to this portfolio. And then we also joined by the provincial manager from Mpumalanga and Dalisa. Jelle, if you can raise a hand so that the committee can see you. And then the provincial manager for Limpopo, Mr. Albert Maptsao. Mr. Maptsao has brought a bigger delegation. Behind him, it's Mr. Machaya, who's responsible for finance. And then Mr. Sam Remy, the acting district manager for Sikukuni at the back. And then Mr. Terence Mavimbela, DMO for Capricorn. I was not able to bring the DMOs for Bembe and the Waterbeck area. And then from Mpumalanga, Dalisa Jelesh is flying solo. The team, I'm told, from Limpopo has also brought their Dito. This is the person responsible for IT in the province, Snowy Malapane as well, behind me. And then from our HQ, it's Mr. Vukani Ngasana, responsible for the property portfolio. And then Muzin Tombela as well. And then Samantha Singh, acting chief director, responsible for HR, and then Muzi and Smamisa, who you are familiar with. That's the delegation from our side, Chair.
Thank you very much, Public Works.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. Our delegation consists out of 4 officials. Myself, Dani Pretorius, I'm the acting DG for Real Estate Management Services. On my right-hand side, Mr. Morris Mapinja, he's the Chief Director in Real Estate Management Services. And at the back of me, it is Petani Muvali. She's the Regional Manager of the Limpopo Province for Public Works Infrastructure. And next to her, Mr. Clau Manamela, he's the Director for Real Estate Management Services in Limpopo Province. Then also I've got Mr. Masilelu in the office of the DG. He's sitting somewhere at the back there, raise his hand. Chair, thank you, that is our delegation.
Thank you. Members here, we're having Honorable Musa Chaban, we're having Honorable Machi, Honorable Matopa, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Hala, Honorable Bolman, Honorable Mokhale, and Honorable Ngubani. There's an indication that Honorable Ngobeni and Honorable Mutise, they will be joining the meeting. Any other matter, Mr. Matonsi?
Yes.
You don't have any correspondence?
No, I do have.
Members, I'm just going to indicate the correspondences that the chairperson has received. One is there's a letter from the FW de Klerk Foundation. They were inquiring about the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel report. They wrote a letter to the chairperson and also wrote a letter to the speaker. And then the letter to the speaker has been referred to the committee. They were just concerned about the issue of the delay and also whether the committee is going to coordinate with the select committee in terms of processing the report once it's received. And then there was that, and then the minister as well wrote a letter to the chairperson indicating that no, the report has been tabled. It has been tabled last week, but it has not yet been referred to the committee or to the select committee, so we're waiting for that referral. And then the other issue that I received is the issue of the digitalization. It's a letter that came, an email that came through Honorable Mukhale. There's a concern from some staff members at the digitalization project in Pretoria regarding the issue of forced leave in December, the contract that was extended, the contract that was extended from December to March this year. And then there are a whole lot of issues that have been raised there. That's the letter that I received from Honorable Mukhale. And then also the chairperson has already indicated the issue for Atlantis, that the office closed there. So the chairperson is going to be visiting the Atlantis office tomorrow in the morning. Then the last one is the issue of the homes, the park home in Johannesburg. I think the department last year in November went to do a raid there. Then now the community has written back to say all the foreign nationals that were removed by Home Affairs, they are back. They also returned to the Department of Public Work, of Labor, because most of the foreign nationals around the area are employed by the Chinese. So they are requesting the department together with Labor just to go back again, deal with the employers as well as the illegal foreign nationals in that area. That's all, Chair.
We have decided to note the correspondences so that the department, if they had to respond to that later or in a subsequent committee meeting, you are able to prepare for that. So I think it's a route that is easy for the committee, other than to deal with individual concerns, so that at least we are alive to the issues on the ground. Honorable Mukhale, you raised? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I think, Eddie, you forgetting there is a letter as well that we written as MK Party regarding the whistleblowing on 2 matters. I don't know whether you've received them. So they need to be noted as well, because it's a letter that we expect a response from the Minister on the update of those investigations on how far they are, as the whistleblowing as well has been pestering us on that information.
It's correct. I don't know why it was not noted here. There's some allegation directed to the DG It's correct? Yeah. So I think that correspondence will then be noted as such and will receive a response. So what we want to assist the department that you must not come to the meeting, questions are raised which you have received and respond immediately. So give you time in the next meeting, issues that have been, correspondence have been noted, update us what are the processes, so that we don't waste time on the subject issues that we're dealing with and focus on another matter that is not related. I'm sure Minister and DM is clear in terms of our approach. Yeah. We're fine, Minister. I want to be on record.
Yes, Chair. I think it's a good way to go about it so that we don't mix the issues, is what you're
Yeah.
saying. Thanks.
Okay. I will find members. All right. Thank you. I think now, welcome Honorable Ngobeni and Honorable Mudisemta. The apologies have been noted. We are going to deal with 3 presentations. You'll guide how we're going to present them. The last presentation will be Public Works, I think. Yeah. After the 2 provinces, Public Works, and then members will then interact with those presentations. Minister, can you introduce the presentations?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning to the members, DM, delegation from Home Affairs, the colleagues from Public Works, officials, as well as members of the public. Chair, I think it's a good follow-up to our last meeting, because what we had last week was sort of the higher level overview of the performance, and now we're drilling down into specific case studies, if you will, of progress and challenges that we are facing in these 2 provinces. I think it's very helpful that Public Works has been invited, because often the questions relate to facilities. So I think it would be good to get those answers in one go, and not have a situation where Home Affairs says it's Public Works, and you kind of have the back and forth. So thanks very much to Public Works for also attending. I think the rest is noted, Chair, on the presentations that we will bring to you. Obviously, the press briefing yesterday, we can bring all of that information to the committee, as well as the work that is underway to implement consequence management against people who have been identified, and the systemic changes that close those kind of loopholes that the SIU has really identified. So I think that would be probably a full conversation of its own. So, Chair, I think from my side that's all. I don't want to mix the issues, so I think we should hand it over to the team and then take those issues as they come up. Thanks.
Thank you. DG, you'll assist us how we're going to introduce, how are they going to run the presentation? Thank you.
No, thank you, Chair. And once more, good morning. I'll request DDG Mavuso to line up the 2 presentations through a short introduction. Over to you, DDG.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. So, Chair, we've created a template so that all provinces respond to similar issues that will allow the committee to be able to compare the details in relation to the province, how they are performing. So the 2 PMs will start with Limpopo and get to the gist of how the province is structured, what are the challenges and their performance, and also the preparations for the local government elections. Similarly, the same pattern will be followed by the provincial manager of Mpumalanga. And then, Chair, also in between, the provincial manager from Limpopo will also respond to some of the issues that the committee raised during the visit. So I think that's the approach that we'd like to take, and I will then hand over to Mr. Matsaong to take us through his presentation. We take the presentation as read, Chair, so we'll just zoom into the specifics and the challenges that we want to highlight for the purposes of this meeting. Thank you, Chairperson. Over to you, Mr. Matsaong.
Thank you. Can proceed, PM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, DDGs and colleagues. I'm going to present the status of Limpopo. And like what Mr. Mavuso have said, Honorable Chair, is that in between, I'll also bring in some of the issues that members identified during the time of their visit to the province. There were three provinces, the three
Sorry, PM,
offices.
maybe we can, if you can sort out the mic.
If you can put this one this side, I'm trying to. Oh, yeah, the laptop is big.
I was saying, in my presentation, I will also, like what Mr. Mavuso have said, filter some of the issues that were raised by the portfolio committee members when they were in the province in three offices, being Polokwane, Leboakgomo, and Groblersdal. Chair, my presentation is basically going to talk to one is basically going to be the overview. I'll also go to the district demarcations in terms of how we are, which will also reflect the number of offices that we have got in the province. I'll also touch in terms of the mobile units. I'll bring in the issue of the structure in terms of where we are, the government structures. I'll also bring in stakeholder relations in terms of how best we are working with the stakeholders. I'll touch base again, Honorable Chair, with the human capacity overview, where I'm going to reflect the state of the province in terms of where we are on capacity. I'll also present the part in terms of what the department is doing, in terms of making sure that the posts that are vacated are filled. I will also touch base in terms of what are we doing when it comes to discipline management, few reflection in terms of what labor relation is doing, what are we doing when it comes to issues that are linked to corruption, the issue of security services as part of the services that we're using in the province to safeguard our offices. I'll also touch base in terms of the budget allocation and where we would have been by the end of Q3, but a reflection also in terms of the pressures that we have got as a province when it comes to the budget, a bit in terms of fleet, and then also where are we in terms of property management. But then again, because we remain a department that is there to provide services under civic services, I'll touch base in terms of what we are doing in civic services, what we are doing in immigration. The other issue is noting that 2026-2027 is going to be our election year for local government elections. What are we doing as a province? Where are we in terms of preparation with regard to that? But I'll also deal with the risk and some of the things that we might need the members to note. Chair, in terms of the province Limpopo, as a province, it's in terms of population.
PM, let me assist both of you so that it's easy for, remember the report you've already perused. So talk to the slide so that we share time.
Okay.
I'm fully aware that members are going to sitting at 2 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so just talk to the, don't read, talk to the issues. There.
Exactly.
I'm
Thank
sure
you, Chair.
it will be fine, members, unless, yeah.
Chair, thank you. I think in terms of the first slide, this is just an overview in terms of where the province is, and then the neighboring countries that are that are bordering Limpopo, but also the municipalities that we have got, the district that we have in Limpopo, and also the local municipalities that we have. And then this slide, Chairperson, it's a reflection in terms of the footprint to say how many offices do we have, where, which district has got how many offices, and the other issue is how many offices are modernized. Then the other part is a reflection in terms of the health facilities. Honorable members will note that as a department we have expanded our footprint into health facilities to make sure that we deal with these issues of birth and death registration. Then the slide also reflect in terms of the banks, and I must indicate that as a province, we have got, in terms of the offices, we have got 22 local municipalities, Honorable Chair, 41 DHA offices, modernized there are 25, the hospitals that are online, where we are managing to print certificates and register death on the spot. There are 49. When it comes to banks, we only have got one bank, Chair. That bank is in Bakersford, it's FNB. But now in terms of the mobile, we've got 30 mobile units. These mobile units are distributed evenly in terms of the district. Now this slide is just talking about the structure in terms of where we are, with a reflection of where we've got gaps. Currently, Chair, we've got actings around the provincial coordination. We've got actings in some of the management posts, but I must indicate, Chair, that on this one, the department has done a lot in terms of making sure that all the office managers for local offices are funded. We are awaiting for the release of the advert so that those posts could be filled. The area where we still have to go back and check if we can get funding is on the area of the district manager operations, because we only have one who is appointed out of the 5. So others, as and when the posts were vacated, because of the challenges that we have in terms of funding, then we had to reprioritize and look at some of the issues that remains very, very critical. This slide is the provincial governance structure, a reflection of what the province is doing, which structures do we interact with, where do we sit as a province in terms of our engagement with the stakeholders. We remain a security department. We're sitting at the JCPS, we join the Prov joins, and this is a slide that reflects all the sittings that we're doing. In terms of human resource chairperson, this is just a reflection of all the district that reflects the number of offices that we have, the approved structure in terms of where we are, and then the warm bodies. This is a very, this slide, Chair, if you look on the approved structure, you'll realize that when we look at support, we're really lacking in terms of funding there. We only have got 82 posts funded out of 333 funded and filled. Under civic services, we should be operating at 776, but we are currently operating at 409. When you look at immigration services in terms of the structure, we are supposed to be operating at 318, but we are currently operating at 106. But the other challenge, Chair, is that if you look at this slide and you look at all the provinces, all the provinces are operating at less than 50%, except only Capricorn. So this is a slide that really reflects the challenges that we are really having in terms of capacity and where we are. So we are operating in all the district at less than 50%, including the PM's office, which is supposed to provide support to all the district. Now, the following slide, Chair, is just a breakdown. I'm not going to talk much in terms of this. It's just a breakdown in terms of offices that reflects each and every office in terms of where we are. But I must indicate that when we look at the offices, most of the offices, Chair, they still, that summary of the overall is a reflection of what is happening in the offices. But again, Chair, what the department is doing, because of the challenges that we had in terms of the budget cuts and then the unfunding and the cutting of some of the posts, there is a reprioritization process that the department is involved with, which as and when posts are vacated, there is a reprioritization. There are some of the gains that we got from the project itself. Currently where we are, Chair, I must indicate that where we are, especially at a management level, we only had 5 offices that did not have managers. Out of those 5 offices, 4 has been reprioritized. Where we still have got serious challenges is in terms of the warm bodies chairperson, especially to do the groundwork on both civic services and also immigration. There has been some few posts that has been funded, especially few on immigration services, few on supervisors, and few on the front desk, but we still have a serious gap in terms of us having to close the chapter. We note that we are moving towards modernization, but the issue is that as much as we are moving through that lane, we still have got some of the offices that are still not yet modernized, that are really running with the manual services. Now, this slide in terms of priority, there's a summary in terms of where we are, but I must indicate that we also have got, in terms of challenges, one of the challenges that we have, especially when it comes to human resources, that when it comes to compensation of the COE, we do not have adequate funding to assist us in terms of filling the approved structure, and this remain a challenge because we tend to find ourselves with some of the posts that remain unfilled, but at the same time, because of the challenges that we are having with regard to funding, at times, we also have got managers that are acting who are given additional responsibilities. But now, because now, even if additional responsibilities, Honorable Chair, are given, when posts are not funded, we will not be able to compensate or provide acting allowance. But what has been done in terms of this challenge is that all the posts for office managers have been funded. Some have been the funding and some of the lower levels. Some of the posts has been funded effective from the 1st of December. The others have been funded now in January, which means that it will relieve in terms of people having to work without receiving any compensation, especially at the management level. But I must also indicate, Chair, that the staffing committee has also managed to make sure that they close gap in terms of all the posts that are at a management level. We're only left with having to make sure that as a province, we are supported in terms of filling the DMO's post. But all the other management levels have been funded, and then we're just awaiting for them to be advertised. One of the issues, Chair, is that the issue of the workloads and the issue of the challenges that we're having in terms of capacity lead to fatigue, lead to officials being burnt out, and of course that also affects in terms of staff morale and also motivation. And Chair will also note that we have not been filling posts for a very long time. And as and when we do not fill posts for long, that also have an impact in terms of the upward mobility of our officials, where you find that because of the challenges that we are having in terms of funding for us to be able to fund some of the post, upward mobility also becomes an issue. But I think we've just got a relief for now in December, and now in January, we'll be filling some of the posts that has been funded. This slide, Chair, is just a reflection that as a province, we've got issues that we're dealing with, especially when it comes to labor relations. A typical example is some of the issues that some of the officials that we've acted upon, though cases that are linked to immigration, cases that are linked to civic, cases that are also linked to management, where there are some ill practices that continues to feature, where as a province, we ensure that consequence management becomes the order of the day. Because if you don't implement consequence management, Chair, we will not really get what we need to get. Some of the issues that we are also addressing, also at the senior management level, is to make sure that we also deal with senior managers that are not assisting us to make sure that we achieve our targets. So this slide is basically a reflection in terms of what we are doing in terms of labor relations, where are those cases, and what kind of transgression are we actively dealing with, which cut across all the levels, low levels, middle management level, and also at the senior management level. Now, this slide, Chair, is also a reflection of what counter-corruption is doing. Chair will note that we've got each and every province has got the unit counter-corruption that deals with some of the cases that have got an element of corruption. And then as a province, this is a reflection of how we are dealing with some of these cases that talks to birth registration, identity theft, and also the issue of the inability of our immigration officers, where you find that when they are supposed to effect detention, they lax, and this then create a serious litigation to the department. So counter-corruption is assisting us in terms of dealing with this. Chair, we've got private security that is contracted with the department. One of the challenges that we are having on this slide, Chairperson, is that we do not have enough funding to make sure that in all the offices we double up in terms of security services. Chair will note that in some of the offices we also do not have security during the day. In most offices we only have got one security instead of two. It's basically simply because of the budgetary challenges that we're having. But what we have made, what we've done as a province is to make sure that each and every office has got security, even though in most areas it's one during the day and one during the night, which in itself creates a problem, because when it comes to security, when it comes to the issue of searching, obviously, when you have got two, one will be a female, another one will be a male. If there are searches that are supposed to be conducted, females will search females, and then males will search males. But at the same time, this is an area where we really have got a serious challenge in terms of the number of security officers that we have, because they are also responsible for the well-being of our own officials, and they also assist in terms of making sure that they manage access into our offices. So these are challenges that one has indicated, Chairperson. The issue of us not having enough budget has created a serious problem where we are now running at a capacity of 80%. We still do not have the 20% budget that will assist us to double in some of the areas where we only have one security officer. But I must indicate that in terms of percentage, we're operating at 80%, but when it comes to security, the wish is for us to operate at 100%. Because the 100% will assist us in terms of doubling up in some of the areas where we only have got one, and also assisting us in some of the areas where we do not have security at all. And where we do not have security at all is mostly few offices, Chair, which are small offices where you find that those offices are not busy, their intake is very, very limited. We had to prioritize security along those lines. But what we also do is that within those small offices, we make sure that night security is there, just to make sure that they take care of our buildings and our fleet and everything that is within our offices. This slide here is just an allocation of the budget that reflects what we have when it comes to COE, compensation of employees, a reflection in terms of the goods and services that is on the operational budget, and also a reflection in terms of spending. This spending, Chairperson, is in line with quarter number 4, and when we come to the end of quarter number 4, Chair, our spending was at 82.8%, which means that this report confirms the work and the payments and the procurement processes for quarter 1, quarter 2, and quarter 3. We are at 82.8%. We're left with few percentage just to make sure that we cover up for this quarter of January, February, and March, noting that our financial year is going to come to end by the 28th of February, where we should have spent almost all the budget that we have, and where we should also make sure that all the commitments that we have got are taken care of. Budget pressures, one of the things that we've done, Chair, is that the department has procured buses, and the department has also procured the trucks. What we have done as a province is to make sure that we centralize deportation in the PM's office, deportation to both Beitbridge, because Beitbridge is one of the closest port of entry that we have. We've got a sizable number of people that we are deporting on a weekly basis. Our officials are visiting Beitbridge every week on Wednesday, and on Thursday they go to Lindela. And as and when they go to Lindela, because we are using buses and also the trucks, we've made arrangement that as and when they go to Beitbridge, they drop everybody on that other side. We've got a team that is dealing with this to avoid everybody having to go to our ports of entry because of the bus that we have and also the 2 trucks that we're having as a province. We've got a team that is sitting in the provincial office that has been appointed in terms of the structure. Deportation is centralized there. Instead of everybody going to our ports of entry, then we're using the bus. On Tuesdays, they go to Beitbridge. On their way back, they will collect everybody that is supposed to go to Lindela. On Wednesday or Thursday, they go to Lindela. When they arrive at Lindela, if they go to Lindela having loaded people that are going to be deported directly from Lindela, then they come back with a load of people that are supposed to go to Zimbabwe. So what it means, when they go to Lindela loaded. When they come back, they also make sure that they support and relieve Lindela in terms of all the people that are supposed to be going to Zimbabwe, and that is happening on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. And this has resulted with the reduction in terms of our spending on both accommodation and also on fleet. Now, Chair, This slide is a reflection of what do we have. When members were in the province, one of the issues that they raised was the issue of the number of cars that we've got. We've got 128 vehicles, and of this vehicle, that is the distribution in terms of where they are. We have been supported now by DG and CFO with the procurement of 11 vehicles. So 11 vehicles has been added. Then we are now in a process of making sure that those vehicles are branded, and they are also, we are also dealing with the issue of allocation. Now, under property management chair, while we were in Limpopo, I think there are offices that has been visited. This slide is a reflection of what do we have. There are two kind of properties, Chair, that we have got. We've got leased buildings, and then we've got state-owned. And I must indicate, Chair, that when members were in the province, they visited two properties that are state-owned, which is Leboa Khomu and Groblersdal. And they also visited one office, which is Polokwane, which is a leased building. The challenges that we are having, Chair, with regard to state-owned, our state-owned buildings are not being taken care of. And you might have noted, Chair, out of the 3 offices that were visited, Polokwane office is a leased building, and that leased building, we've got Public Works is working closely with the landlord, and the landlord, as and when there are issues, the landlord will come on board and make sure that they get repaired. That is why when we're in Polokwane, Chair, the only thing that was picked up as a problem in terms of property management was the urinals. And I must indicate that those urinals, Chair, has been fixed. But the other issue that was also picked up when we were in Polokwane was management issues, the issue of queue management, Chair, the issue of the information desk where you find that more than one people are there, and the issue of the learners. And those are issues, Chair, that immediately when they were picked up, we corrected them. We no longer have our information desk being crowded, to respect privacy of each individual that goes to our information desk. And another issue is the issue of the learners. The practice that we are having is that learners are supposed to be serviced at schools. We've got a mobile unit, we've got a program, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that we've got mobiles that are going to schools. We've got a schedule that we've got with the schools. And that is why when we're in Polokwane, Chair, when we're in Leboa Khomu, and when we're in Groblersdal, there were just few learners that were there. That is a reflection that we are reaching out to schools, we are going out to school to assist learners in schools. But in instances where we've got some of the learners that have missed out on the project, what we normally do, those learners are encouraged to be early in our offices so that by 9 o'clock or by 8:30, those learners are prioritized and are assisted so that they can go to school. But one of the challenges that we've noted is that we have got some of the learners where you find that instead of honoring their morning time, they come at whatever time. You might have noted, Chair, that we picked up this in Polokwane, we picked it up also in Groblersdal. But in Groblersdal, when we picked up, it was confirmed that those learners just came. So they were not there in the morning. But the practice is us servicing learners at schools, and the practice is us making sure that if they find their way into our offices, they get prioritized up until 8:30 to 9 o'clock so that they can go back to school. So those that come in the middle during the day, they are then assisted like any other client, because now they wouldn't be going to any school. A person who comes to an office at 11 or 12, Chair, those are the ones that we normally make sure that we assist them like any other client. But in the morning, they get prioritized. Chair, I think this is the reflection in terms of the state-owned and the leases. And one of the challenges that we have, Chair, in terms of this category, our leased buildings, all of them, in terms of how they look, they are well maintained. Because lease building is a direct, there is a direct lease agreement that has been signed with the landlord. And as and when Public Works tell those landlords to fix, they fixed. Where we've got problems, Chair, it's state-owned. And Groblersdal and Leboa Khomu are those two. Issues that has been picked up in Leboa Khomu, Chair, when members were there were issues that were management-related issues. One, the issue of the broken chairs that were there, they were removed, and we've eventually managed to make sure that we procure additional steel chairs for both Groblersdal and also Polokwane, no, Groblersdal and also Leboa. I've requested even pictures. Groblersdal have managed to send me the pictures, Chair, of those chairs having been delivered. The second thing that was picked up on Groblersdal and also in Leboa, Chair, was the issue of the safe, that where the safe is kept, it's really a risk for officials to move with money to that site. And then that part of addressing it is the issue that we have presented that Mr. Ngasani will also talk to, that talks to us having tried by all means to request Public Works to assist us to move all the services, Chair, to one area, which is the front part, where immigration management and also administration must then be moved. There's a process that talks to that, and there are positive moves in terms of that one. And then the other one, Chair, is the issue of the cleanliness. Chair will know that one of the honorable members on that day ended up picking up some spider webs as a reflection, and also the filing area, which was dirty. Those areas have been taken care of, and management has been warned that they've got a responsibility of making sure that they monitor the cleaners on both sides. Groblersdal, while we're still on the issue of the offices, we have also addressed the issues that honorable members have picked up. We have created an office where we only deal with the people that honorable members did find, those mothers with children. So there is a dedicated office that we have created for mothers with children, not to mix with all the other clients, but for them to be serviced in one office. What we have also done, Honorable Chair, is that when members were there, in the application side, there were only 2 computers. We have added the 3rd computer. Our IT person has added the 3rd computer with that on that side. One issue, Honorable Chair, that was raised, which Honorable Chair and members wanted to be briefed on, was with regard to the issue of payments to our leases. You requested that together with members, Honorable Chair, and then this slide is a reflection of our monthly rentals. This is what we're paying, and I must indicate that this slide only reflects leased buildings, not state-owned. This is a reflection in terms of how much we're paying for each and every rentals, and what you see, Chair, is on a monthly basis. This was requested by honorable members when they were on their visit. Now, the other issue, Chair, is that challenges in terms of suitability of our office infrastructure. Most of our offices are not suitable. The infrastructure cannot even assist us in terms of making sure that the offices are expanded, and there is a process of a list of offices that we are supposed to move. There is a reflection in terms of the offices that we need to move out of them. And then also some of the offices that are just, they've got space, but they are just not suitable. Typical example is the office in Zane, which is big office, but is not suitable in terms of its location. It is in a mall, it is on the 3rd floor, lifts are ever broken, and that creates a problem. And one of the things that we even said is that if we could be brought on the ground floor, that will save us a lot of problems. Chair, in terms of performance, I think there are the targets. I'm not going to go through them one by one, but I must indicate, Chair, that on birth registration as a province, we're doing very well. On the reduction of late registration of birth, we're doing very well, because from 31 to 14, we have managed to make sure that 99.3% of the applications are dealt with. On those who are 15 years and above, we've declared war, Chair, in terms of late registration of birth as a province, to say we need to make sure that we monitor the performance of our offices, but when there are late registration of birth cases, we need to deal with that. So I must indicate that we've done well in terms of this one. Smart ID application, the performance also looks very good. And then this other slide are just the breakdown in terms of late registration of birth. What are we left with? And I must indicate, Chair, that we had over 6,000 late registration of birth application that has been received throughout all the quarters. We're only left with 999. And most in this 999, Chair, are the no-shows. Because there is a challenge where people will submit an application, but as and when they are called, they don't pitch up. But over 5,000 of this application has been adjudicated, has been finalized. So that is just a breakdown in terms of the district. And I think this is the part of immigration. In terms of immigration, Chair, I think one is the issue of the inspections. You can see 1,666, 547%. Why 547%, Chair? During the festive season, the DG, Minister, they were on the ground. There were operations that were taking place all over, and that resulted with increasing the number of operations that, as a province, we've been conducting. DG has been to several operations throughout the month of December. There were other joint operations that we also had with other stakeholders and with other departments. That is why we have got that overachievement. But in terms of how we deal with illegal migration, 8,108 people were arrested, and of those, Chair, 5,369 were deported. Why the variance? Some within that 8,000 are people that, as and when they are arrested, both by other us and the police, they are charged in terms of Section 49. So some of those people are still serving their sentences, Chair, in prison. Though we are encouraging, especially our officials, that as and when they arrest, they must immediately deport in terms of Section 34 to reduce the cost and the burden that correctional services continues to complain. Now, the slide beneath is that work that is being seen there on that slide is the work that is coming from 103 people. The challenge here in terms of inspectorate is that we also do not have people that are managing inspectorate in some of the areas. We rely on the control to assist us in terms of having to make sure that they act, but the number of vehicles that they've got 30 vehicles in the whole province. I think the last one, Chair, is that we are aware that 2026, 2027 is the electioneering year, and one of the things that we're trying to do is to make sure that we reach out to all. As we're talking now, all our 22 mobiles are in Sekhukhune to assist the people of Sekhukhune, but part of what we are also doing is to make sure that all the uncollected IDs that are in our offices are issued to our own team. And the last one is one of the issues that as a province we did in terms of the disaster that struck the province here. We managed as a department to make sure that we provide relief to the people that lost their documents at Mbaula during the flooding. The department has managed to provide free services to certificate printouts and free services to the people that have lost their ID. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for the brief. PM Mpumalanga.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, the Minister of Department of Home Affairs. Oh, Mr. Matsawen is correcting me, he says it's still morning. Okay, good morning, Chairperson, the Minister of Department of Home Affairs, Dr. Schreiber, the Deputy Minister of Department of Home Affairs, Ms. Njabulo Nzuza. I will take you through the Mpumalanga presentation. As the Chairperson has guided, I will focus on on challenges or matters that need to be brought before the committee. Thank you. Okay, so the presentation is comprised of the provincial context, comprises of the provincial context as well as the context as it relates to the resources within the province. Mpumalanga province is located in Mpumalanga, as you would all know. The province is comprised of 17 local municipalities. The Department of Home Affairs is providing services through 34 offices located in Ehlanzeni, Nkangala, and Garisibande district. That's the map of the province. As it relates to, this is the provincial demarcation and the provision of Department of Home Affairs offices in each of the districts. As it relates to Nkangala, to Ehlanzeni district, the district is comprised of 12 offices. These 12 offices are comprised of 10 modernized offices and 2 non-modernized offices. As it relates to health facilities, the district has 12 connected health facilities and 1 bank. In Nkangala district, this is where we have a bit of a challenge, Chairperson. The district is comprised of a total of 11 offices. 3 of those offices are modernized, which means they are able to issue smart IDs and passports. And 8 of these offices are non-modernized, which is what we refer to as legacy offices. We rely on mobile offices to provide modernized services in this district, Chairperson. As you would note, the Nkangala district has 9 mobile offices allocated to it, which is more than the other 2 districts, just to make up for that shortfall or weakness as it relates to the less number of modernized offices in the district. And we move to Garisibande district. The district is comprised of a total of 11 offices. 8 of the offices are modernized, we're doing well there, and 3 are non-modernized. The district has 10 online health facilities, which means these are health facilities wherein a person can be able to get a birth certificate on the spot immediately after giving birth. In terms of the provincial structure, management structure, it is comprised of 4 directors, comprised of the district managers, 3 district managers. 1 district manager is an acting district manager, because we have not been able to fill the position of a district manager, Garisibande district, and we have the director of finance. So these district managers are managing the offices in Garisibande, as I've said. It's the 8 offices, 12 health facilities, and 8 mobile offices. In Nkangala district, it's the 11 offices, 10 health facilities, and 9 mobile offices. In Garisibande district, it's 8 offices, 12 health facilities, and 11 mobile offices. Just to mention, Chair, the province has a total of 24 mobile offices. As it relates to the management of the province, the structure that we apply is the provincial executive, as well as the provincial consultative forum. This is a forum that we try to establish partnership with organized labor, so to ensure labor peace as well in the province. As we would all know, one of the outcomes of the Department of Home Affairs is the enforcement of the immigration legislation and effecting deportations. So these are the stakeholder relations that we have, the Prof joins, human trafficking committees that enable us to deliver on that outcome. As it relates to resources, Chairperson, in the human capacity side of the business, the approved structure of the province has 1,319. That's where we are supposed to be. At the moment, currently we are filled at 416, which means the province is capacitated at 32% of the full staffing complement. Although we do appreciate, Chair, the assistance we have received from the decisions of the staffing committee, in the period between April 2022 to 31 December, the province has been able to fill positions of about 105 employees based on the decisions from the staffing committee. This is comprised of 171 in Ehlanzeni district, 104 in Kharsibande district, and 123 in Kangala district. As it relates to counter-corruption cases, Chair, these are the total counter-corruption cases, 6. The reasons are the failure to follow ID application processes. The process is that once counter-corruption is finalized or completed its investigation, then it is handed over to employee engagement to complete in terms of the labor relations processes, whereas then others, which are a bit complicated, they are further handed over to the South African SAPS for further investigation, closing of the case, and so that the employee engagement labor relations process can start. As it relates to labor relations, which a total of 3 cases, 2 were dismissed, they have lodged an appeal. We're waiting for the final decision, and 1 for irregular processing of smart ID card. It's ongoing as the proceedings have been delayed by the appointment of a new chairperson. As it relates to the budget and resources, financial resources in the province, you will note, Chairperson, that a major spend item is the goods and services. And within the goods and services, you have fleet accommodation and cleaning services. When we refer to fleet, Chair, note that it also refers to the maintenance costs of mobile units and the total fleet. The provincial fleet allocation, the province has a total number of 107 vehicles. In 2025-26, 5 new vehicles were procured. As you would know, Chairperson, recently the province with the Limpopo was confronted with the situation of flooding, and 2 of our offices were damaged, Mala in Bushbuck Ridge, Tulamahashi, and Hazy View. Project teams were established, repairs commenced on the week of 9th of February in both offices. They are still continuing. Yesterday we were getting a report that there was still more digging that is being done around that area. As it relates to the civic services performance, the province has annual birth target is 58,000, and in the Q1 to Q3, we have been able to register for 40,529 births. We are below target by 3,574. The challenges that we are confronted with, a chairperson, is that, as you would know, the birth registration regulations require that the ID, the copy of the ID of a mother, as well as the fingerprint online verification, be attached to the application. If you do not do that, you then stand at the door of audit queries. So what happens is that mothers attend the health facility without bringing the ID documents. So, and also there is that element of cultural practices where parents, some mothers insist that they want to wait for the father to acknowledge paternity. Now, in terms of acknowledgement of paternity, if the mother is not married to the father has to be there at the health facility to acknowledge paternity. So these are the cases that we have confronted with. So in the period Q1 to Q3, we were not able to register about 5,000 births as a result of these issues. The department is looking at updating the regulations because especially if we can be able to have things such as the automation of the birth processes at health facilities, that would help because we would be able then to capture the details of the mother without sending them away because they have not brought the ID, physical ID document to the health facility. As it relates to the late registration of birth, Chairperson, if you remember, the department in 2024 issued a circular that is allowing fathers to register birth of their children even without mothers. And what it has happened, because we are in the midst of two neighboring countries, is that it also increased the number of late registration of birth applications that we are now taking from fathers, because that circular is allowing fathers to be able to register birth of their children when paternity has been proven and confirmed by DNA. So that has brought up the number of late registration of birth applications that we are taking at the offices. As well as the other issue is that as it relates to abandoned children, Section 156 of the Children's Act, what is the cause of delay there is that the social worker would come and report to us that they do have a case of an abandoned child, but we are not able to move forward with the screening and adjudication of the case until such time that a court order has been issued and the report from the social worker is submitted. So in those cases, the prerequisite become the court order, a full report from the social worker, as well as the PB form or the proof of birth form. So that becomes a source of delay in terms of processing late registration of birth, but we are trying to move on it as a province. As it relates to the province has, Mpumalanga province has a total of 95 immigration officers who are stationed at the different districts, Ehlanzeni, Nkangala, and Kharisibande district. In terms of the law enforcement operations and inspections, we were able to be above target. Our target was 331. We were able to execute 677 operations. Mr. Matsawung has already explained the reason of the difference between percentage of detected transgressors in contravention of the Immigration Act and those who end up being sent for direct deportation or through Mozambique and Eswatini, or those who are transferred to Lindela. So the two countries that we are able to do direct deportation to is Eswatini and Lindela because of the proximity of the two countries to the province. As it
Sorry, just for clarity, which country is Lindela?
Apiga?
Which country is Lindela? You mentioned two countries.
Mozambique and Eswatini.
Oh,
Yes, yes. Because of the proximity, the port of entries.
okay.
As it relates to local government, we apply similar processes where we can as provinces. Our activities will be focused on identifying areas with high volume of uncollected smart IDs, deploying mobile units in partnership with CDWs, local government, COGSTA, voter registration weekends, and school projects, ensuring enabling documents for learners are issued. Right now, as it relates this week, the week of the 23rd to the 27th of February, our team is in Bushbuck Ridge doing a high mobile outreach with the mobile units as part of the preparation for elections, as well as a response and providing services to those people who were affected by the floods during the earlier part of the year. As it relates to the number of uncollected smart IDs, we are doing well. We have been able to have 80% smart ID collection at our offices. The number of uncollected smart IDs is 45,000. What we do also is we open now and then certain offices on weekends. Our employees are providing voluntary services. As mentioned, Chairperson, we still have 39 non-modernized offices in the province, and these non-modernized offices currently do take applications of green IDs. In terms of the risk in the province, under civic services is the fraudulent registration of births. I think you saw in the labor relations cases and the counter-corruption, the number of fraudulent birth registrations that happened in the province. So we apply heightened precautionary measures as it to ensure verification and authentication of the proof of birth. And as you would know, Chairperson, Mpumalanga province is sandwiched by two countries, Mozambique and Eswatini, which makes the province susceptible to high volume of illegal movements in the country, although the relationships with stakeholders such as SAPS, road and freight, we are able to combine our efforts and conduct operations to control that risk. Those are the provincial management contact details, Chair. Thank you. I've tried to make it, to summarize. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, PM. We'll now invite Public Works.
Chair, Mr. Morris Mapinja will present the presentation.
And DG. I would quickly take the portfolio committee through the presentation of Public Works with a view to focus only on two assets that which were visited by the portfolio committee, which is the Groblersdal and Libua Home. My presentation will cover only about 17 slides. Will be very quick, focusing only on the status of the list for Libua Homo post-visit engagements and recommendations. Libua Homo facility in terms of the map, that which we would have shown as well, and also the other photos that which will be reflected there. That will be the same for the Groblersdal office as well. Therefore, that is just a brief in terms of the purpose of our presentation today. We've got a lease agreement that is in existence for Libua Home between us and the Provincial Public Works Department. As much as it has been referred earlier on to be a state-owned building, but there is a lease arrangement between us and the provincial sphere of government. And then we have reflected that the DHA occupies about 320 square meters at a nominal rental of about 29 rand 28 cents per square meter, which only escalates annually at 5% for the 5-year period, that which we have concluded the lease agreement. Department is currently also paying that the amount of 9,000 and 9.3 per month, but we don't pay for the 22 parking bays that which were all located at Limpopo. And then also, Chairperson, I think it will be important to note that we have received a letter that comes from Department of Home Affairs requesting that they would rather take over the responsibility to maintain, repair, and also renovate the property, because the landlord, in this case the Limpopo Provincial Public Works, cannot sustain the commitment that which they have made in terms of the signed lease contract because of what I've just indicated there to be a nominal rental. At that rate of 29 rand 28 cents per square meter, it is likely impossible for one to be able to maintain accordingly the asset concerned. Therefore, we have looked at the letter that which has been actually shared with us as the department, and then there's been a meeting since we received it. It was post the visit by the committee, the portfolio committee at a specific facility. And then DPW is now in the process of writing a letter to the landlord to officialize the position that which we had discussed with them, to say that because they seem to be amenable to the request that which has been made by the Department of Home Affairs. And then there's also a further proposal that the current allocated space is not that which is able to meet all the necessary requirements of the DHA. The proposal is in the same letter that they can actually be moved to another space within the precinct. DPW has sent the professionals then to quickly conduct an audit of the space concerned, so that we can see whether it will actually meet the requirements of DHA. That is just an aerial map of the area concerned, and this is just a few photos which I think also the members have actually managed to see on that day. The second office, Groblersdal office, is the one that which I will quickly take the members through. We've got a lease agreement that is with Elias Mutwaledi local municipality, and it is recorded from our side that the arrangement started in 1993, but it was at the time managed by our Mpumalanga regional office, but later transferred to Limpopo, our Limpopo office. And then there's also a lease agreement which was concluded in 2013 for that specific case, and then which also expired in 2016. However, that there were kind of issues that relate to the dispute between the landlord, the Elias Mutwaledi local municipality, as well as Public Works, in as far as what constitutes the lease space. To them, they included areas beyond the structure of the building. They wanted to include the grounds and everything else as part of the lease. But in our case, we would only focus on the structure that which is being used, the lettable area. And then those those disputes are not yet resolved. However, we have managed to found each other in terms of at least signing an addendum, which is a temporary arrangement, so that we can wait for the council resolution to conclude on the matter. That has actually given us an opportunity now to be able to process the area rental of 529,000, which is there, and then we have started with that process. I think it will be appropriate as well just to share that that space is shared with Department of Basic Education, and the latter being Department of Education is occupying a total space of 300 square meters, and then they are intending to vacate that space by the end of next month. They haven't been paying, they have never paid. They were just utilizing the space and also the services that which they were getting at no premium. And then, as I already indicated, Chair, that there is an addendum that which we have signed, and it was concluded on the 16th February 2026. And then this has actually paved the way for us to deal with the area rentals that which have been there. And then we shall actually now wait for that council resolution so that we can forge ahead with the arrangements to make sure that we deal with the lease, the total space which DHA has confirmed to require, which is 965. That now is inclusive of the space that which has been occupied all along by Department of Basic Education. And then we are also committing as a department that within 3 to 4 months after we have received the council resolution, we will be able to arrange and engage with the DHA so that we can have that lease concluded with the Elias Motsoaledi municipality. That is just the aerial view of the map, and then also the kind of pictures that one would actually see pertaining to the facility. And then in conclusion, Chairperson, I think from our side, we do admit that there is a bit of a challenge when we deal with other spheres of government and when we lease from them, because we tend to arrange with them not on market-related rentals, but on nominal rentals. And I think it's a challenge that because they cannot maintain and then they cannot sustain the maintenance as well as repairs and renovations of those facilities at only 29 rand per square meter. While when we deal with private landlords, we pay a market-related rental. That is why I think the previous presenter indicated that when we deal with Polokwane office of DHA, they quickly attended to those matters because the private landlord, they are actually getting a market-related rental. But when it comes to other spheres of government, we tend to pitch it at the nominal rental. Thank you, Chair. But it's something that which we are working on as a department with National Treasury currently, so that we can have norms and standards that would actually focus as well on that, so that we can actually have an arrangement that which will speak with a view to capacitate the other sectors of government or in terms of maintenance of their own facilities. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much for the 3 presentations. Is there any addition from Facility Manager from Home Affairs? Mr. Kasim, if you want to add before I invite member.
Thank you, Chair, Minister, Deputy Minister. No, Chair, I think the colleague from Public Works has covered the issues. Yeah. Thank you.
What we'll do, I have noted on the reports, both the PMs, they did not highlight the pressures that comes with the downtime. And I've highly indicated that we know the issues and that contribute to the queues. We'll want you, when you respond, take us to that area. I also observe that we did not get a detailed progress brief on the Barberton matter. You know, with challenges in Barberton, but I'll raise some of the issues as we engage. I'm just preparing the thinking. I'm raising this because Limpopo brought an IT official here. And I know part of our challenges on the ground, it relates to the long queues, and it's not your competence in terms of the provincial space, but you are not telling the committee how it impacts on the, so I thought you must deal with that. Members, we're going to allocate 7 minutes because you are going to deal with these 3 reports. And we'll start with Machi, Matopa, Mtolo, Mutise, Gobeni, Holman, Khale, and last Ngubani. We think that you will then respond the provincial managers first. Then we'll give you a, we're interacting with the minister and the DM, the DG and the DDG, all in all committees. They'll then respond when you are done to fill up the gaps that you need to indicate. The last point on public works, I think once the committee have dealt with the issues, we may need to request you in our next meeting so that you don't come to, when 1-2 provinces come to the meeting, you join them. You do an analysis of all the offices in the country. That has to do with Department of Home Affairs. Then you brief the committee at once so that when we meet, we invite the PMs from provinces. You don't come with them. I think it also wastes your resources and the time that we meet. In our next meeting, when we deal with the 2 provinces, we must get the complete brief on the infrastructure of the department, both on lease and those that are used by the state. And I'm quite convinced that we'll able to deal with that matter. Honorable March, in that order.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, colleagues, our respective Minister and the Deputy Minister, principals of 2 provinces and the Department of Works, my colleagues, I greet you all this morning. In my 7 minutes, I'll start by the Limpopo, then the Mpumalanga, lastly the Department of Works. Am I correct? Thank you. I'll start by the Limpopo. The province indicates that the compensation of employees' budget is inefficient to fill approved posts, resulting in excessive workload and declining staff morale. What engagements have taken place with the National Treasurer to secure additional funding, and what measurable service delivery risks has the department identified if vacancies remain unfilled? Secondly, given that security services were previously reduced to 50% capacity due to budget constraints, exposing offices to heightened risk, how does the department assess the adequacy of the currency 80% security coverage, and what timelines are in place for the implementation of alarm systems and remote monitoring solutions? Thirdly, the province has spent 11.6 million on fleet services and significant amounts on deportation and transfers to Lindela. What cost efficiency measures are being implemented to reduce fuel, toll and accommodation expenses, and while ensuring that immigration enforcement operations remain effective? Lastly, The presentation highlights system instability and the misalignment between IMS tools of trade and human resource capacity. What interventions are being undertaken at national level to improve system reliability and ensure the frontline officials are properly equipped to meet service demands, particularly ahead of local government elections? Let me continue straight to Mpumalanga. The presentation indicates that only 416 out of 1.319 approved posts are filled, meaning the province is operating at 32% capacity. What concrete recruitment and funding interventions are being implemented to address the 903 vacant unfunded posts, and how is this severe understaffing impacting service delivery targets across the 3 districts? With the second one, with 5.827 beds not registered between Q1 and Q3 due to documentations and cultural challenges, what interdepartmental strategies are in place with the Department of Health and Social Development to reduce these barriers and prevent children from becoming part of the LRB backlogs? The province has only 95 immigration officials across Ihlanzeni, Kangala, and the Helsimande district, given Mpumalanga's proximity to borders with Eswatini and Mozambique. Is this staffing level sufficient to manage immigration, compliance enforcement, and nationality security risks? Fourthly, considering that major cost driving include fleet accommodation and cleaning services under goods and services, what cost contamination measures have been introduced to ensure that operational expenditure does not crowd out critical frontline service delivery needs? Lastly, although 81% of smart IT cards were collected during the reporting period, what targets, communications, or outreach strategies are being implemented to reduce the remaining backlog of collecting smart IT cards and green barcodes ID documents, particularly in non-modernized offices? Let's go straight to the last one, which is Public Works. Considering DHA has requested to undertake its own maintenance and renovations due to concerns about the landlord's capacity, what legal and financial safeguards with Public Works implement to prevent irregular expenditure or duplication of maintenance responsibilities? Secondly, in light of the nominal rental amounts reportedly being too low to sustain proper maintenance obligations by the CESA, has a Department of Works conducted cost benefits analysis to determine whether relocation or renegotiation or lease term would better serve value for money and service delivery objectives? What accountability measures are in place to address the accumulated area rental amount of 529.86.28, and why was the Department of Basic Education permitted to occupy approximately 300 meters squared without contributing towards rental or consumables? Lastly, what consequence management mechanisms are triggered when lease extensions and renewals are delayed due to lack of mandate from client departments? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matabo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also greet our colleagues. Chairperson, I'm not going to be long because of, while I'm really acknowledging the work that has been done, it is difficult to really take it in and believe it because a lot of these issues has been going on, if not months, if not years. It's issues that has been going on for such a long time. And I heard the GM saying that they are of Limpopo, they are trying to issue more IDs out. But then we need something, Chair, like proof numbers that will show us the work that has been done. We cannot just say we are making sure that we are issuing these IDs out. And there's no evidence of what's really been done because we have been over and over deliberating over these matters. And every time a report comes with another angle, every time. So there's really no proof that this work that they say has been done is really the work that they've done. And in Mpumalanga, I want to know that is there a tracking of these cases handed over to SAPS? We must be in a condition, in a situation to can say, okay, these were handed to SAPS, these are the outcomes, these are finalized, not just that no arrest has been made, disciplinary procedures has been followed, and case was handed over to SAPS. Is there any tracking of the cases? How far are they? And for the uncollected IDs is really a problem, Chair. We've mentioned that a lot of times, and I wouldn't want to go over it again. And the ICT, I would really like to also have a presentation or just something from them as you've mentioned, Chair, that the impact this has on the ground. And as well as, I remember in one province where we went, the ICT person said, I'm one official, a lady who's employed to do the whole area. Therefore, on a day, if she get 4 cases, and also she mentioned the distances in between these places, that she would receive a complaint in the morning or wake up to 5 complaints. Sometimes she just attend 2 or 3 because of she's alone and she does not know how to split herself. So I would really like to hear from ICT, what are they doing to the impact that is experienced on the ground? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members and officials from the department. Firstly, Chair, ngicela nje ukwamukela i-report specifically ephuma eLimpopo. If it's true, siyabonga umsebenzi omuhle. Futhi sibagqugquzela ukuthi abangahlala belandela abantu abenza umsebenzi wabo. Futhi benze sure, Chairperson, ukuthi ikakhulukazi lento yokuprioritize omama bengane nengane zesikole akugcine Limpopo kuphela. Kuwo wonke ama-province kufanele kube njalo. It's either noma bathumela imemo noma benza kanjani, benze sure ukuthi abantu umsebenzi wabo bayawusebenza because bakhona abantu bafuna benze lo msebenzi but bebengawenzi. But ngoba sesifikile sebeyawenza, siyabonga ukuthi lo report. Let's hope ke Chair sizithola izithombe njengoba ngoba siyazicela indaba ya last municipality yakuyona yangiphatha kabi kakhulu ngenxa yokuthi indlela abantu abebehleli ngakhona ayingekho right, abantu bayagula manje. Chair, firstly, I want to note both achievement and non-achievement in Limpopo and Mpumalanga. However, I am concerned about the high vacancy rate in both provinces. Can the department provide us with a clear breakdown of funded and unfunded posts in this province? What is the plan to fill critical vacant posts and within what time frame? Secondly, the report highlights serious infrastructure challenges. While we welcome the upgrading and relocate of offices, I want to ask, Chair, if offices are relocated, For example, from Praxis to global style. Will this not affect access to services for communities? What assessment was done to ensure communities will not be disadvantaged? On modernization, the report shows there is a need to intensify the process. What concrete steps are being taken to accelerate modernization in these two provinces? Chair, on slide 24, Mpumalanga has already spent 100% of the goods and services budgets by December 2025. What is the impact of his exhausted budget on operation for the remainder of the financial year? Will this affect service delivery? On slide 26, the presentation indicates that 2 offices in Mahala and Hazy View were affected by the floods. Can the department please clarify whether these offices affect the provision of services to the community? If so, to what extent? And on slide 28, regarding further paternity confirmation, how does this requirement affect birth registration? Does it delay the registration of the children? Chairperson, I propose that the department develop a clear intervention plan to address vacancies, modernization, infrastructure challenges. This plan must include clear time frames and be incorporated into the annual performance plan. I'm going, Chair, to Public Works. Chairperson, my question to the Department of Public Works: when exactly did the department become aware that the landlord could no longer meet its obligation under the lease agreement? What immediate steps were taken after receiving the letter to protect government interest and ensure the service delivery is not disrupted? Chair, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hala.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, you will pardon me, I'll repeat what has been said by the colleague here. But because I don't want to ask questions, except to advise on the plan forward. Because if you look at the 2 reports, Limpopo and Mpumalanga, they are similar. Now we need to come up with the with a plan to address these challenges. One of vacancy rates, I've seen the one of Mpumalanga was alarming, I think somewhere to 900. On the modernization, on infrastructure, fortunately Public Works is here. So I'm saying if we could come up with a plan to address all these challenges. And also lastly, the portfolio committee to constantly visit Home Affairs offices in all the provinces. Fortunately, I'm from the Eastern Cape. I promise here that whenever I go home, I will take a round to Home Affairs Eastern Cape. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Palmer.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to everybody. We obviously welcome the department's reform and modernization agenda, particularly efforts to improve efficiency and expand access to services. I would like to know, could the department elaborate on how the transitional process will be implemented in large rural provinces such as Limpopo and Mpumalanga, given the vast geographic spread? A number of the offices still, obviously, like we saw in the presentations, require modernization, and the footprint of the participating banks remained limited. I think in both provinces there was only one. How will equitable access be ensured so that rural residents are not disadvantaged during this transition. Further, as the service becomes increasingly digitized, what specific measures are being put in place to accommodate rural communities with limited access to reliable internet connectivity or affordable data? Lastly, could clarity also be provided on how mobile units will integrate with fixed offices during this period, particularly regarding the the issuing and collection of documents? Will residents still have access to delivery mechanisms, or will they still be required to return to the offices in person? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Simsa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Firstly, I would want to appreciate the two reports and also appreciate the interventions that have been made by the previous administration with regard to curbing some of the ills that are taking place in the department. We are indeed yielding the results, and from time to time from the media, you are able to see the work that has been done by the Department of, I'm not sure whether it's corruption and what. Just recently, there are reports also of officials that have been charged criminally so for the wrongdoings in the department. Though it paints a very glaring picture of the road that is within the department, we appreciate the fact that indeed there's work that has been done in this regard. Chair, secondly, the presentation on both provinces give us just an overview on where they are situated and the staffing that they have and the functions that they are doing. But it does not deal necessarily with the issues that we also as members of this committee would experience on the ground. It does not really address the serious challenges that the offices of the department are facing in servicing the people. And I would make an example with regard to the highlighted challenge with the high vacancy rate. You are indicating that, but you are not saying what impact it has on those offices. You must be able to say Office A with the 4 gaps or 5 gaps or 10 gaps that have been identified. As a result, we are experiencing long queues and we are unable to deal with the number of people that visit our offices on a daily basis and be able to provide services adequately due to the lack of insufficient staff that we have. And it's a reality that we are all aware of. I can tell you even now, there is no Home Affairs office that you can visit and you'd find more than 50% of staff staffing being there. You may find that an office has been designed to have 10 booths when you first go in, but you'd find that there's only 3 or 2 personnel at a time that are manning those booths. That means that the people or persons who visit the offices will not be able to be attended on time. There's a certain period that the department has standardized with regard to attending to customers when they visit to office. You are not able to say that you are able to reach that target of attending to clients when they visit the offices due to a number of the staffing. You are only leaving it into the issue of insufficient budget that the department does not have to fill those vacancies. But we are interested in the services that you must provide to our people so that we can also speak to solutions on how we are going to assist the department and find solutions in how you are going to then make an interventions in assisting our people. So I thought, Chair, let me indicate and highlight that while we note the presentation on the outlook that they've given us, but it did not really speak to issues that are of interest to ourselves as members of this committee, because we often get calls or even emails or inquiries or complaints from members of the public that they are really not finding joy when they visit our offices. So it's something that we need to talk to. On those highlighted vacancies, I just want to know now, is it an issue solemnly on the funding, or is it an issue of prioritization of posts? Because some of the vacancies are indicating that it's funded posts, but they are unfilled. Now, I want to understand, why are funded posts not filled? If there's money already allocated to a certain post, but there is no personnel or a human resource that has been filled to do those functions, but there is money for it. Why is it? Is it an issue of not being able to prioritize the roles that comes with positions, or solemnly it's an issue of funding, which your presentation indicates that most or some of the posts are funded? I would also want to speak to issues of infrastructure and buildings as one of the biggest challenges we have. Firstly, to public works, do you find it that it is still correct that you should be the only ones? I know that you are a department that has been designated to deal with issues of facilities, but you are doing that across all departments. Now we are dealing with a department like Home Affairs, which is very critical. It provides essential services to communities. And we know the backlogs that you have, because it's an outcry across even other departments. There is poor maintenance of buildings, or there is slackness or poor turnaround times in ensuring that there is adequate or sufficient infrastructure for departments to be able to function on. Don't you think probably you should then propose that for departments such as Home Affairs and other security departments, allow them to be the ones who deal with their own infrastructure and buildings? Take the budget that has been, because we know that an issue is issues of money. Who controls the money and the pairs, so that they are the ones who are able to lead projects. But we must admit and concede to the fact that you are unable to really meet all the targets. As I've said, you are overstretched. All departments are looking at yourself to provide the services for them. And I can tell you, you are unable to do that. Now, isn't it a time that you then allow departments such as Home Affairs to deal with their own infrastructure and buildings, including maintenance? Because Home Affairs offices, you would never get to an office that is, you feel comfortable to sit in and wait in a queue for long, because of how they look. The furniture is poor. A mere painting on the wall, it's very bad. The desks where you get to sit with a cashier and be able to be assisted, they are very bad. So it says also that maintenance on the existing buildings or facilities that are there also is not being done properly. And I don't think that it's fair to the human resources that actually works in those facilities, including the clients that must visit those offices to really be subjected under such conditions. You will not even find a decent ablution facility or toilets in these facilities. It also brings me back into an issue of buildings, leasing of buildings and whatnot, vis-a-vis having your own facilities that you own as a department. The budgets that have been shown here on the rentals really proves to be a very expensive exercise. And I'd want to check that the government seems to be having a lot of dilapidated buildings across. Have you tried to explore an option of acquiring those buildings, particularly in cities and in municipalities where they are owned by government but they are in bad conditions, and take most of the money that you are using for rental to fix those buildings, so that you cap the large amounts of monies that you are using in paying rents, but rather own those buildings, refurbish those buildings and own them and be able to maintain them as a department? But also, what is the contract agreement between the department and the landlord with regard to maintenance? Who has a responsibility to manage and maintain those facilities? When a ceiling falls down, when toilets are not working, when the lights bulbs go off, or when there's just, because those offices are in terrible conditions, who then has a responsibility? Is it the department, the DPW, or is it the responsibility of the landlord whom you are paying money towards? Again, the presentations on both provinces, and since they are also provinces that host the borders, there seems to be a not sufficient number of immigration officers that are staffed there. Just of an interest to get it from yourself, as I indicated, that you have not made mention of the challenges that are there and the impact that it has on the department in providing services to our people. What impact does it have then, since Limpopo and Mpumalanga are hosting the borders, on the low staffing that you have, particularly also on Mpumalanga? On registrations of birth, when births are not being registered or processed at the time when a birth happens, and up to that 30-day a time when they must be registered due to various reasons. Others would be both parents not being able to appear and be able to do that registration. What then impacts does it have? Because in most cases, you'd find that if a birth registration does not happen within that 30 days of birth, mothers or parents do not return back into the department to register their children. They wait children grow up until a school age, where they need then to produce a birth certificate, and they are unable to. Others, because the law also allows children to be admitted in schools even without birth, up until when they are in matric, and they encounter problems because now they need to acquire an identity. And it's a very long time. When a child is born up until at the age of 18, when they must acquire, a lot could have happened. One or both of the parents could be lost, and they are now left under the care of grandparents or relatives. It makes the process also difficult. Now, what interventions can be made in this regard, with regard to births that have taken place, but there has been some of processes that are left outside and birth does not happen? Because I think it's what also hinders the department in achieving those targets. And also, the Department of Education has highlighted a huge percentage of teenagers being pregnant. And in most cases, others would not even be able to know who the father is. And in those instances, how do you then respond to providing birth registrations where the mother is there, but they are unable to say who's the biological father, and what then? Do we allow then the child to go without having any birth certificates, or are there certain processes that are being made to ensure that the challenge with also facilities and chair, which is something we've always spoken of, it's an issue of long queues due to the downtime, network downtime. Just recently, I would have visited a Home Affairs office myself, and just when I was after waiting in a queue for 45 minutes to an hour, when I was about to be attended, then the network was off. It seems we are not doing well, DG and Minister at DM. We know that there is a process of modernization and whatnot, but whilst we are awaiting that modernization program, it means we are still struggling as a department to provide services to our people, because once the system network goes down, those officials, they will tell you, actually they also know that at that time it's time off. They don't even make an effort anymore to look for an IT person or even to call head office or even to call the provincial officer to make an intervention. They then send you off from the queue and they tell you that the offices are being closed. It means those 100 people or thousands people in a queue, they must still come back the following day and other times. Now, we really need to look into that, DM, in ensuring that whilst we are waiting at modernizing some of our offices, but we also need to speak to the issue of all other offices that are not modernized to ensure that we kept the issue of the system downtime.
You must work on your conclusion, Whip.
Maybe I will have another round, Chair, because I still have a full page
Thank you.
that I must speak to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Mkhale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start by first welcoming the presentations that were made. However, Chair, I want to say that I'm disappointed with the presentation we have received from Public Works and Mpumalanga. I would have thought that they received the same brief with regards to exactly what we had expected in their presentation. It is disappointing that Public Works comes here and they only brief us about 2 offices, when we actually wanted a full briefing about both provinces. But I am covered with the intervention that you made earlier on, Chair, to say next time when they come here, they must come and give us a full state of account of all the offices of Home Affairs across the country. They must give us a full state of account, tell us what are the challenges there, tell us if those offices are in compliance with the occupational and health safety. Because that's what we are also interested in. We went there to Leboa Khomu, Chairperson. The office was hot. Employees are expected to work in that environment of heat. And that office is managed by the Department of Public Works. So we want to get that briefing of the status of the OHS for all these offices. So when they come, they must give us that report, Chairperson. And also, what we should also start to think or consider, Chair, is the design of our Home Affairs offices. There must be a particular standard design in terms of all our offices, like the banks. There must be a design to say this is a design for Home Affairs. That when people come in, this is the reception area, this is where they wait, these are the counters. There must be that kind of a design for all offices, a standard design. Chairperson, the report on Limpopo, they are saying that there are staff members who have been charged because of failing to meet birth targets. I don't understand that one. Maybe they must explain. Failing to meet birth targets. We went to, I think it's a Groblesdal. In Groblesdal, one of the officials there told us that she has to go around all the different hospitals to go and personally do the birth registration. One official. She has to go in the morning, start there and do the registrations of birth and then come to the office. On top of that, they are understaffed. Now you want to punish the very same people who are working in those conditions of being understaffed. You want to punish them that they are failing to meet targets like birth registration. It's unfair. It's unfair. That should not be the case. That should not be the case, and I will think and I will propose, Chairperson, that those charges, they must be withdrawn against those employees. They must be withdrawn. Because I don't see any reason why we should be charging people for failing to meet targets when we know the conditions under which they are working on. The third issue I want to raise: how many people do you have in the provincial counter-corruption team or units? You said you have a counter-corruption unit in your provinces. Now I want to know, because we didn't get the details of that unit. How many people do you have in that unit? And how many cases are being investigated per quarter, or how many cases are they working on? In Sinwamokgopo, Ntate Matsaung, you say you have one warm body in Sinwamokgopo, in the Mopani district. There's one warm body in that office, Chairperson. One. We need an explanation there. How do we have an office and we have only one person, one warm body in that particular office? How many people is that office servicing? Is it a village? Is it a town? Where is that office located? With respect to the monetization aspect, I would have been interested to hear, because we were shown some of the office there in Limpopo, that it's a one-stop, when you come to the counter, you are able to do everything at the counter. They do the photos, they do the payment, everything is processed at the counter. So you don't have to be moving around from one official to the other in the Home Affairs office. So we would have been interested to know how many offices, when we talk about modernization, how many of these offices are at that level where our citizens can come in and be serviced by one official at a counter. I think the issue of the staffing shortages, my colleagues have labored on that point. And also on the system downtime, the chairperson has covered me on that. The Mpumalanga report did not give us a briefing on the security aspect of the offices of the different Home Affairs. Who is guarding those offices, and if there's a 24-hour security available and so on. And also the state and conditions of the offices in Mpumalanga. It was not in the briefing. The other thing we did not receive, Chair, is the immigration challenges. The immigration challenges. Tatematsa, when we were with you there in Limpopo, you highlighted some of these challenges to us when we're engaging with you, but I don't see you bringing them in your presentation. You told us that there are buses from Zimbabwe bringing pregnant women across the border to come and give birth in South African hospitals there in Messina. So we would have loved to hear those kind of issues being highlighted even with Mpumalanga. What are the specific immigration challenges that you are encountering as a provinces that are bordering with neighboring countries in the region? So that aspect was also missing in the presentation. Lastly, Chair, I think one of the things that we should consider implementing in the Home Affairs Office, every Home Affairs Office, if it's not there, I'm just making a proposal, that's something that we should consider and implement. There must be a complaints box where people can write complaints and put them in that particular box. And then there's a report in terms of what are the issues that the community are raising, you know, as and when they interact with the department. So it's something that I would like the department to consider implementing across all the Home Affairs offices so that we can also be able to get first-hand those complaints and see how we are able to process them at a local level. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning to all the colleagues. I have three, maybe more questions in this fashion. I have centered my questions around service delivery. I have three for Limpopo. I have two for Mpumalanga. I have one for the department. I also have a comment to direct to the Deputy Minister, and they go as follows. For Limpopo, your presentation, and I think I want to follow on from Honorable Mukhale and other colleagues in terms of how they have phrased their questions, but I think it's important that we get poignant responses to these questions. The Limpopo presentation indicates that you have got compensation challenges for your employees, given the insufficient budget for you to have the ability to fill approved posts. And you mentioned that this results in burnout and that there is a decline in morale, and then that also equals operational instability. What I didn't get from the presentation, which I would like a response to, is exactly how many funded posts remain vacant in Limpopo as of Q3. I would like you to, if you can't do it in this session, please break that down for us per district, and what impact that has on your ability to deliver services, specifically the average turnaround times for documentation such as IDs, as well as your ability to process immigration-related issues that are attributable to these vacancies. The second question that I have for Limpopo is, given that Limpopo borders both Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique, I think it has already been mentioned that that makes it a frontline province, particularly for immigration control. My question relates to, given the reported deportations and transfers to Lindela and employer inspections, what percentage of detected undocumented persons are successfully processed to deportation? And how does this compare to estimated illegal border crossings in the province in the 2025-2026 financial year? I ask this because it is high time that we get a sense as to the process that is going to get us to be able to confidently communicate to the people of South Africa around how many illegally undocumented persons are in the country, both illegally undocumented and those undocumented, because there is a distinction. And I say this because I think it's in the interest of all of us to manage this powder keg that seems to be brewing, and also the perceptions that are there, whether those perceptions are correct or incorrect. But given the SIU report of yesterday, I think the people of South Africa require us to be a little bit more circumspect in how we communicate these outcomes. The last question for me for Limpopo relates to the smart IDs. I think there was the presenter, I think it was a DG who presented around the fact that we are in an election cycle. And so I want to get a sense what the total number of uncollected IDs in Limpopo are, and how many of those belong to first-time voters who are aged 18 to 25, and what are the interventions that you are putting in place to prevent their exclusion from the voting process? What guarantees can you give us that those who are of that particular age cohort will indeed be in possession of their IDs in time? From Mpumalanga, I visited Libombo border quite a couple of times, and one of the utterances or assurances that were made was that Limpopo is leading the pack in terms of Libombo, that is not Limpopo, I beg your pardon, that the Libombo border post is leading the pack with regards to efficiency. Yet I think another colleague mentioned that the province has only 95 immigration officials across 3 districts. I would like to know what enforcement metrics prove this improvement that you mentioned in your presentation, because I think efficiency must mean enforcement. I'd like to know what the response with that regard is. The other concern that we have with Libombo is with regards to security failures or a funded plan. One of the critical things that were mentioned was the fact that the BMA mentions that they do have a plan in terms of being able to do the work that they are supposed to be doing. But the province is operating reportedly at about 32% due to staffing capacity, with about 903 unfunded vacancies. But at the same time, sections of the border fence remain broken and vulnerable. I think we all have seen this, and members of this committee have seen how the fence is quite defunct. And this, I think, maybe the Public Works can respond as to, is there a plan to fix the fence, the broken parts of the fence? If you're not going to fix it, what are you going to put in place of it? And if you do have plans, do you have a sense of your completion deadlines? And then for the department, how many illegal crossings are currently occurring through those compromised sections? I know that you speak about drones, and we've seen some of the numbers, but I think what we need are assurances around what the physical part of the border, its efficiencies, how you are planning to restore that. For the department, I think holistically, I want to get to a question that relates to a time when we visited, I think it was Tshwane, some time ago, and we received a list of countries in terms of, in order of, numerical order of those who are crossing into South Africa, irrespective of the safe country first principle. And that list, I don't know if it has been updated, and if it has been afforded the committee, I guess Mr. Matonsi can let us know. But if it has not been afforded, can the department please afford us a list, an updated list of how many people are coming from which country and into South Africa, particularly those who are not coming to South Africa as in line with the first safe country principle, because I think we need to begin to police the numbers, and we think that that is very important. Second to my last of the comments, Chair, is to the DM. DM, I watched your interview this morning on Newsroom Africa. I know that you are a very quiet person, and you respond, your demeanor is quite calm. But I think that is very important that we afford the people of South Africa the necessary confidence that the work that is happening behind the scenes to ensure that we get a handle on migration issues in this country, particularly illegal immigration issues in this country, we do that with stealth, because I know you mentioned something around, one person who was caught and is, being charged, and they're spending 18 years in imprisonment, etc. But I think one person is one person too little. And I think that one sentence and a handful of dismissals can't be presented as consequence management if the scale of wrongdoing is as systematic as it is. I think we have reached a point in time in this country where we must begin to name and shame those who are contravening the laws of this country, as well as those who are found wanting. If in fact we can have people being, exposed through either Madlanga Commission or ad hoc committee, or even those young people who are allegedly responsible for the death of that e-hailing driver, and we can see their faces on screen. I'm not sure why it is that we would want to be protecting the faces of those who are found wanting in terms of contravening the laws of this country and selling off our citizenship, selling off our passports, and also selling off visas, study visas, into our institutions of higher learning. I think that it's time that we absolutely name and shame those people. There is no way that we must be able to tolerate these kinds of actions. DM, I think if we get to a place where South Africans can really believe that we have a government that cares about how they feel about this issue of illegal migrants within our society, we need to respond with the urgency, as well as carry the demeanor that lets them know that we are serious and we're not playing, we're not downplaying their feelings around this issue. Because if we do not, we do risk the powder keg absolutely exploding, and the most of the people that are going to suffer this are people in poorer communities. And finally, Chair, I think it's also important that while we speak about the loopholes, we must also begin a process of highlighting those areas where excellence is happening. I think I agree with Honorable Mokhale when he speaks about what is the prototype of an efficient Home Affairs office. I think perhaps there are spaces where we are doing very good work and people are having good experiences when they visit those offices. Can we please get a sense as to who those are, so that they can be hailed? Because, I don't think there's anyone who wants to be in a situation where they're doing good work and yet they are being lumped up with those who are doing terrible work. I think we need to be able to begin to celebrate those who are doing good work, both in their offices as well as themselves as individuals. Like I remember the Ntate Ofetsang Khotlokofala, who was a security guard who used to make it very beautiful to go and visit MultiChoice. We should have people like those in the Department of Home Affairs who are also hailed for doing fantastic work. And I think if we can maybe run a pilot program, DM, with those offices in different provinces, I think we will begin to regain the confidence of South Africans with regards to their experience as customers of our Home Affairs Department. Those are my comments. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nguban.
Thank you very much, Chair. So a lot of questions, Chair, that I wanted to ask as well have been featured by my colleagues. I will try to jump up and down to pick and choose on the questions that has not been asked. But Chair, it's clear to us, Chair, there is one single factor in the Home Affairs that is causing all these problems. In all, on our oversight visit, we've picked that one up. Even on individuals' oversight visit that we've done at Umgeni, Durban Station Home Affairs in Pinetown, Everywhere where we've gone, even individually where we do oversight, there's a single factor which all along we thought it was Home Affairs. It's a Department of Public Works. They are unstructured, Chair. They don't know how to club their square meters per rental, whether they need to include maintenance and service delivery issues, electricity, or they must not or they must exclude it. So they have an unstructured way of relationship between them and Home Affairs. We have, they need to answer to their Chair. As well as Chair, I was concerned as well, same as Honorable Mohale, about the Home Affairs, the Department of Public Works presentation. There is a huge presentation that we are missing from from Department of Public Works. Especially, they didn't present on the toy and door issue. I'm sure you remember, Chair, the issue of a toy and door that was built an office and has been left like that. Money was spent there. Again, it's Department of Public Works there that it didn't present it on that matter, which is part of the holistic Limpopo that we needed to hear. What is cooking there? Why is that happening? In Pinetown, Chair, there's been about over 3 months outstanding payments that hasn't been paid to the service provider that leased that building, and then it is leased to the Department of Public Works as well, and it's not maintained. The ceilings are falling apart; they are brown. So that's the issue we're having with the main factor in all of this. We need, Chair, that proposal of yours, the Department of Public Works, to come and present holistically. There's another beautiful building in Durban, which used to be a post office near opposite City Hall. It's now sitting Amaparas, nice government buildings, that if you go overseas in the UK, is those nice England buildings, but it's falling apart, it's gone, wasted. And then you find that some of our departments are choosing to go and rent other buildings when we have beautiful building that the Department of Public Works is not maintaining or keeping it at a current state for our utilization by the department. So there is one single problem in all of this. And then, Chair, coming to the Limpopo, there was your presentation didn't spoke to the provincial manager, the staff uniform, and as well staff complain about that they don't have uniform. Some they even buy uniform for themselves, and the shoes they buy shoes themselves, and the badges, name badges that we saw, they're using papers there. You didn't spoke to that. That what is happening, staff, and Chair, remember I raised this issue that if we're gonna invite the executive to come and present here, we are misleading ourselves. These are glossy, nice presentation of saying we're doing very well, we're dealing with these issues there, these timelines. If you go down on union representative, it's a different story altogether. We don't get these glossy presentation when we go on the ground, meet individual staff members in the immigration and everywhere. These 100% that they're presenting here, which are shocking. How can you present 100% of overachievement on everything? It means there's somewhere on your targeting, on your KBI, that is wrong, that you can achieve 100% on everything. Whereas we've received complaints when we meet with the actual immigration officers, that they are overworked, they're working under pressure, they are undercapacitated. Actually, some of them, they wish that they could have resigned from Home Affairs, but because they don't know where else to get their bread to live, to survive, they don't know where to go. So there is a missing gap when we call these executives to present here. All these presentations are misleading. They do not represent the cry of the union leaders that representing these employees that are suffering on the ground. So if we can get that presentation from the project, provincial project manager. And then from the IT, when we were in Limpopo, there was a huge SMS confusion. We need that explanation as well. People receive SMS that says, come fetch your ID. And Chair, I think Honorable Ngobeni explained to say, we want to see the success of Home Affairs. I know where the success of Home Affairs is. It's only on suburbs. If I can take you to Menlyn, There is a Manlin Home Affairs office there. You visit there, it's top of the class Home Affairs office. Queues, all screens working, sounds working, top of the class. Suburbs, where the certain race of our community sits, you get the best of the best. That's where they will come and bring what is working, which is so unfair. But if they take us to Libuahomo, Toyando, Grobelstad, on our poor people, that's where you see a mess of offices of Home Affairs, where you wonder why is that they are failing to manage huge messes. But when it's less, they are better managed. So that's where you'll find the best. So if we can get that presentation on the SMSs, why people are receiving SMSs that says, come fetch your ID. When they wake up at 5 a.m. and come at 4 a.m. and come and fetch their ID, they are being registered to say, come on the next week to fetch your ID. But the SMS said, I must come and fetch my ID. If you go to Centurion, you receive the SMS that says, come fetch your ID. You rock up there, they check your SMS, your reference number, they tell you, Mr. Ngubane, yes, your ID is ready. Boom, you're gone. You can see the discrepancies. But our people in the rural areas, in the townships, in cities where people attend, it's a different case on simple SMS. But in suburbs and cities, it's another different case. If the ICT can explain that as well, Chair. I've asked as well about Toyando abandoned building. I think it's in Buahomo where we saw on the presentation, it's a pity the Home Affairs, there are offices they deemed as prohibited offices that must not be occupied. That office that we visited, it needs to fall under that characterization of a prohibited offices that is not supposed to be utilized, the offices that we saw. It's totally does not qualify to be occupied on any other standard. So that's the challenge that they need to explain. For immigration targets that are 100%, all of them, we want to know what's the catch there. Are your KPI very low or something else? Because we know that you are undercapacitated even on immigration on any other section of your department. What's the difference between these immigration with other provinces? Because if you achieve 100% here, but we go in other provinces, we get something else. It tells us there's some disjuncture on your presentation. It makes us not to believe it. It actually, to me, it's a misleading presentation. As well as the chair on the Mpumalanga, if you can explain to me why are we having our lindelas on other countries? It's normal to me. I need explanation. To me, I didn't understand. We are South African, but we are deporting people to Eswazini, Elindela, and Mozambique. Explain to me, does it make sense to you, or there is something on your presentation that I missed, that I failed to catch, when you were telling me that you have Lindela in Eswatini and you have Lindela in Mozambique, when these people that we are deporting are people who are deporting from South Africa? If you can explain that to me. I've said, Chair, on the stakeholder relationship that we need labor to be present as well. And then there was line project manager on your presentation on your households, which was 230% achievement. If you can give us clarity there, what is that household? How has it gone to that huge achievement of 230% when your target, your budgeted proposal was at 1,600, but you've achieved that by totally, it's double the percentage, double and over. What it is that is a household that you've overachieved, if we can get explanation as well on that. I've said, sir, that when we speak to the union, there's a challenge of overtime, there's a challenge of burnout of staff, a challenge of absenteeism, data being analyzed to quantify the impact of the workload pressured to the employee. So there is that challenge, Chair. And the province has achieved 156 to 547% over performance in several areas on smart IDs, application, inspection, and charges. What explains such drastic overperformance, and does it point to inaccurate target setting rather than exceptional execution? It's one of these things, Chair, to me, even till today. I think the minister must give us an explanation, or the DM. It's one of the things where he is hammering on that I've overachieved on a smart ID delivery or distribution or making. So we need to know that for the past 30 years, why the arrival of the minister all of a sudden have changed this targeting to be like a miracle. We appreciate Chair's success, but we need to be taken on board. I said to Chair, we all want to shake hands and clap hands and congratulate minister for tapping on the low-hanging fruits, but we need an explanation. How did you do this to overachieve up to 547%, that all of a sudden Smart ID has now climbed on top? So that's my other questions, Chair. Several expenditure line exceeds 100%. I've explained on that one, especially the household. How was this allowed, or what are the corrective actions in place? And then, Chair, on the ICT, the system's instability is listed as a major risk. What percentage uptime is being achieved for live capture systems? And how many service delays were lost due to systems downtime across each district? And then the next one is, if BAB's bookings are frequently hijacked and overbooked, why has a technical authentication solution not yet been implemented? Please explain this BAB's issue, Chair, because we have a query on it as well. You've seen the video. We're hearing some rumors that there are service providers outside that have taken over some of the systems within Home Affairs. So we need to know what's happening on that BAB's systems as well. I think that's all from me, Chair. The security capacity was reduced to 50%, then increased to 80%. What security incidents, theft, break-ins, threats, vandalism, and data risk occurred during this under-security period? Why did this happen? What contributed to the fluctuation of this security reduced, all of a sudden increased, and what impact did it came with? You reduced your security, and then what happened at that time, and why has it been increased again? And we have several offices that on your presentation you say they only have night-only security. Others have day-only security. How are you managing this risk, and what makes you to determine that the other securities must be at night and the others must be at day? And what are the impact that are being caused by that for a security not to be present during the day on other offices, and even not to be present at night? If we can get that explanation. On maintenance responsibilities, given that the Limpopo GPWP is unable to maintain the property due to low rental income, what mechanisms will DPIW put in place to monitor DHA-led maintenance and secure compliance with the lease terms? This is one of the unfair, Chair, I've found on the DPWP. You are leasing the building to the Home Affairs. I don't know whether it's on your rental per square meter where you include these services. And then you are saying the Home Affairs must carry the maintenance and service providers. And services on that. So explain to us, what does this comes with? Where is the capacity from Home Affairs? Or you expect the Home Affairs to lease again some of the services for maintenance, everything for themselves, if you've given them that building without that? And we appreciate your rate per square meters at, I think it was at the lowest. It's very lowest. Explain to us, what are you excluding on that? Because it's not in market related. Market related rental per square meters are around over 100 per square meters, but yours was very low. What are you excluding in that very low? Or is it really, because it's government to government? What are you excluding? If you are excluding something, what is the impact of that you are excluding, and how does it impact Home Affairs on that? Chair, I will end there and expect the Chair on the other round maybe to pose other questions. Thank you.
No, thanks, members. I will allow follow-ups once they've on specific issues, if members still have to raise the issues. I think members have labored greatly on the key aspects that are arising from the report. Public Works, I deliberately invited DM Mr. Ngasana, and I can tell you that Mr. Ngasana is the head of facility. If I'm wrong, he'll correct me. And Mr. Ngasana knows that the challenges of infrastructure. You can't say the Department of Public Works was presented, that is fine with that. And I'm deliberately raising this because we, members of the committee, want to assist and identify bottlenecks that you are confronted with. That's why we brought here the provincial managers for themselves to engage with the department. And part of the supporting work of the department in the environment of infrastructure is that the head of infrastructure must also able to articulate issues that you have been raising with the committee for a period of time about the coordination relationship between Public Works and Home Affairs and the maintenance of the buildings of Home Affairs. It's not the first matter that we're dealing with here. It has been long, we've been grappling with this issue. So I wanted to motivate my foundation of inviting Mr. Ngasana as the head of infrastructure or facility at Department of Home Affairs. And I can tell you that you are disservicing the committee because you recite with detailed information about the challenges that we're facing as a department. And I think members, I've earlier on cautioned and alerted that members know the challenges on the ground. I invited you to be alert that we know the challenges on the ground. And I've highlighted issues that this is not presented, why it's not flagged on the report. So in Limpopo, part of the areas there, your staff are demoralized. I can sample offices. If you go to Mkopane offices, that new modernized office, those staff are excellent. Mkopane there, the new amongst the offices which are good. If you take time and visit Giani Home Affairs, you take time and visit Khapane Home Affairs. I'm just sampling Nebo in Skukune and the office that we're referring to in Zanin. It's a completely different story in terms of the presentation you're bringing to the committee. When we're meeting with the PM of Limpopo and interacting with the members of the committee, we've even said to PM, when you go to the portfolio committee meeting, the issues that you are raising here, you must be able to table them in that meeting. Because you're not doing Parliament any favor, or the committee. We are here in order to respond to the challenges that society is facing. You know, when you wake up, go to Home Affairs, it's just a nightmare in some of the offices. So I said you must take an opportunity to interact with the department. We interact with the minister, the DG, and the DTG all the time. But this is a strategic information session that the people we are servicing on the ground, they must know that our matter has been reported to Parliament and how we must navigate around that. If you go to Sabi there, so when people walk DM, they drive from Matibidi to Sabi to get services. There are missing challenges there. The matter from Bombela here, we dealt with it in the last period because there was no security, staff who didn't want to work, but it's not coming out clearly on the report. When we conducted electoral public hearings, we went to Ekenoku. It's Castile somewhere there as you proceed to Bushbuckridge. Terrible in terms of even the customer relation about how you service people and so forth and so on. What are the mechanisms in place in order to respond to those challenges? And DM, you can see the performance of some of the issues that are rising from Mpumalanga and Limpopo are not reflective on what is on the ground. So you must take home that these are the issues that we've been calling you here in order to satisfy the reports that the department has been bringing to the committee in relation to the performance, non-achievement of targets, and how collectively we can make sure that we assist the department moving forward. One of the issues, DM, I think we must be clear as a committee. We appreciate the long-term strategy focus in terms of modernization of the department. But it does not talk to the current dynamics that we are finding ourselves on the ground. It's a good strategic focus of what the department wants to shift, and all of us will accept and will support. But in relation to the groundwork, the challenge that we're facing, it does not respond to that. And I'm quite sure that your team visited the progress that has been identified here on the report is as a result that the committee went to those offices. I mean, the staff that we have been sent. I can quote the DDG, he says, as we speak, last week, Mr. Ngasana is in the offices there, in the public works. It's not how we must do it. It's not how you must wait for members of parliament or councillors to able to respond to a matter. And I think we must move from that premise. Hence we say we need public works to take responsibility to comprehensively deal with the entire infrastructure of that relate to Home Affairs. We must ask a question whether it's not time for public works to hand over that infrastructure unit to the Department of Home Affairs in any other institution. We went to Tuando, went to Makwarele there, and we have decided that the minister or the DG or the DM must go back to, you are not telling us, in fact, we need a proper detail why that office is a good design office, DM. Public Works is not, they must brief us in details because that office was told supposed to be completed in 4 years, long time ago. We'll come to other offices in Northwest, but as we're dealing with the 2 provinces, we need to have clarity so that issues that are raised by members of the community, you take responsibility because you facilitate implementation out of the decisions that you take. So I think that those are some of the issues that I wanted to raise DM. Will allow you to, DTG, will allow both the PMs to respond, comment, will invite immediately Mr. Ngasana again, will invite you, Public Works team, and then we'll invite the DTG Mavuso and the DM. If there's a follow-up members want to raise, you must indicate so that we close up on these issues. PM Mpumalanga.
Oh, thank you, dear. Okay, thank you, Chair. I will go through the questions. Firstly, it's the matter of security reduction, as the chairperson has asked in Barberton. What had happened there is that in April 2025, from the 1st of April 2025, the number of security guards in the province were reduced from the complement that they were to by 50%. The effect thereof was that there were offices in the province that did not have security guards at all, whilst there were those wherein the security guards were reduced. They didn't have night or they didn't have day. Like in Bombela, as you were saying, they had 2 security guards. It's a large office during the day. But with the implementation at that time in 2025, they would end up with 1 security guard. Similarly in Witbank, Emalahleni. So the unions then decided that they would down tools, they would not work until the security complement is at a standard that they feel that it is safe to work in those offices. It was then that then we even got, I think, a call from you, Chairperson, asking about Barberton, because then organized labor decided that they are not going to render their services in those kind of situation, because the key argument from the unions, from organized labor, was that the system downtime. For example, in an office like Mbombela or Witbank, that office opens, those offices open with about 150 people waiting in the queue. In an event that there is system downtime, then people become violent. And if there's only 1 security guard to control about 100, 200 people, then the employees felt that they're not safe. So it's then that they downed tools. With the assistance of Mr. Mavuso, then we engaged unions. Until then, the security complement, it was in May 2025. In Mpumalanga, it was increased to 80%, which then meant that at least those offices are able to have security guards, a minimum of 2 a day. The total number of offices that were affected in 2025 it was about 13 offices, spreading throughout the 3 districts, Ehlanzeni, not Gersibande. Gersibande, although Forecrest did not even have 1 security guard, but they did not down tools. But it was mainly between Ehlanzeni and Nkangala district, yes. Yes. After the security guard, then the securities were set at a level that unions can, organized labor can accept, then people resumed services. So that's the update on the security, Chair. As it relates to infrastructure and system downtime, I had mentioned, Chair, that in Mpumalanga we have 1 district in which it has a total, which is Nkangala district. It has a total number of 11 offices. Only 3 of those offices are modernized, in that they are able to do an application of a smart ID and a passport. So what it means is that, so we're depending on mobile units to provide modernized services in those offices. But as the chairperson has asked, what is the plan for schools? So that district has 9 mobile units. So obviously people are not going to wait. Like, we have to now divide the schedule of the mobile unit. On some days, it would be at the office to provide service, of modernized service to people, but on some days during the week, mobiles have to go to schools, based on the agreement with Department of Education, and to curb that people coming to, learners coming to our offices. So on those days, there are people then who are not going to do a green book. Means that they would travel from like a place like Mpumalanga to Emalahleni, which is about 120 kilometers, return 240. So that's so that is the effect of that situation in Kangala district, Chair, with only 3 modernized offices. As it relates to system downtime, we do get affected. Malelane, the office, is frequently down. We use the mobile units as well. So what we are doing is that to mitigate against system downtime is that we pull mobile units in so that there's continuity of service in an affected office. Although then that has another effect in the fact in such that then it means you're not going to allocate that mobile unit to a school. You're not going to allocate it to a far-flung rural area. So that is the catch as it relates to system downtime. The other question that was asked, Chair, is what is the effect of immigration, the staff complement of 95 immigration officers for a province like Mpumalanga? The effect is that, number one, we don't have sufficient number of vehicles to cover the space that we need to cover. For example, if the vehicle in Barberton has to be used to do transfers to Lindela, which means the vehicle has to be used to take people, illegal foreign nationals from SAPS in Barberton, and then do a transfer to Lindela, which means they are traveling now from Mpumalanga to Pretoria. About 3 immigration officers with one vehicle. If on that day, then SAPS comes and says to us, can you please assist us at a roadblock? We will not be able to, because all of our immigration officers would have been gone. We would not have a vehicle. So that becomes the type of challenges that we have. Or where the fatigue of employees can come in is that you would find that because people want to claim overtime, they might say, no, we'll go to Pretoria and come back and go to that SAPS operation. But as an employee, you know that you would not allow that to happen, because then the person is working against themselves. But what would happen is that then it means an operation would be conducted and Home Affairs would not be present, because we would not be able to fulfill all of the needs of stakeholders and of the society at that time. The question, Chairperson, about the evidence as it relates to the cases of labor relations or the cases of counter-corruption. So what happens there is that once the person in counter-corruption, the employee in counter-corruption, has completed a case, let's say it's a case against Undalisa, for example, then they need to do investigations within the department first to say, okay, if you've not followed the SOPs, the standard operating procedures, with the motive of fraudulent birth registration, they do that investigation internally and then come to a conclusion. Once they have come to a conclusion, because in some cases people are working in a value chain or a network with other external people, then it is then that the person who's working, the investigator who's working on the case, would then also decide that here you need to also include SAPS, because once it gets to labor relations, when the person comes on a labor relations case, it is something that their lawyers are likely to raise, that, but do you have do you have other objective stakeholders who have conducted an investigation on this? So it is in that context that we send the cases to other stakeholders like SAPS for further investigation. I think there's also something I need to clarify, Chair, as it relates to deportation, direct deportation of illegal foreign nationals to Eswatini and Limpopo. We're not saying we have a Lindela in those areas. So how deportation is structured is that, for example, if an illegal foreign national is an illegal foreign national from Lesotho, as Mpumalanga, we are not going to do direct deportation of that person. We will take that, what we call a transfer to Lindela. We will take that person from a police station in Bombela, transport them to Lindela. Then it is Lindela that will continue with the deportation. But for those illegal foreign nationals who are from countries that are in close proximity to Mpumalanga, for us it's Eswatini and Mozambique, which is Limpopo, then we are able to do direct deportation to those countries. So I wanted to make that clarity. As it relates to the birth registration, not meeting the birth registration target, there are questions asked about the partnership with other government departments. Yes, we've got partnership with Department of Health. We do prenatal classes to mothers who are about to give birth, to inform documents that we need to bring. But on the other hand, I do think that the department has to consider taking the resources allocated, especially to public education in birth registration, to a higher level, like similar level like HIV, public education on HIV and AIDS. Because when you say to people they must register birth within 30 days, when we are saying to them that they need to kind of public education, because when you talk of birth registration within 30 days, we are talking about changing behavior, and that is just going to be require a bit of more effort. We do have messages that we have placed as a department on social media, but like as I'm saying, birth registration within 30 days. Knowing about it, a person in middle class would know about it, but you'd find that studies show that birth registration within 30 days, people don't comply to that, mostly in societies where literacy rates are low, where access to technology is also low, you know. So we do need to find other ways as a department of spreading the message even more higher, because you do need people to register birth within 30 days, because if they don't do that, then the system is open to fraudulent activities as well. So there's no other way. You need to get people to comply with that, but the difficulty is changing that cultural practice. So on others, I'm gonna yes, on the staffing complement, 32%. Yes, it's difficult, Chair. There is an office in Standerton. Standerton office, we have a mobile unit placed there full-time because if one person becomes sick in that office, there's about 4 people who are left in the counter to do the work. So we've decided to place a mobile unit so that at least the mobile unit becomes a bit of more capacity that is there. Really, we are surviving in that office because the office manager is like a very strong person. He, the office manager, does not even sit in an office. The office manager is forever at the counter himself, which makes things difficult because then you ask, that is why you end up with things such as audit queries, because when does this person get to look at the management of the office? Because there's consignment that is being received, there's proper documentation, record keeping of both immigration services and civic service information. So if this person is forever at the counter, you ask yourself, but that is why you end up with these audit queries. And even if you would say you take action against the person, they would just refer you to a conversation that they had with you that they are not able to. So that is the effect. As it relates to the use of the budget, goods and services budget 100%, yes. We move funds from one item to the next so that, because that goods and services budget, it is finished mostly by the cost of transfers to Lindela, because the kilometer travel from Pretoria to, from Mpumalanga to Pretoria, and I will count Mbombela because most of the transfers to Lindela are coming from Mbombela. Reason being, the immigration officers collect illegal foreign nationals from other police stations like the ones in Bushbuck Ridge, in other parts in Ehlanzeni, take them to Mbombela police station, and then we pick them up from there. So our travel is very frequent from Mbombela to Lindela. Yeah, so it's about 300 kilometers, return is 600, so you can see the cost in terms of fuel. So I'll end there, then Mr. Masaung can cover the others.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, in our next meeting, DTG, when we deal with other provinces, if there are issues that are not responded, we will request you to deal with them. PM, Limpopo.
Maybe let me start by apologizing, Chair, when you requested that I must make a summary. I summarized some of the issues. For instance, the issue in terms of the visit, I've tabulated almost everything is there in terms of all those offices, where I think a lot of issues are linked to public works. The air conditioners, that is also talking to Honorable Nkubani's issue, that how Leboahomo was, the situation in
You don't need to
Leboahomo.
apologize because it's us that said you must summarize. So it's not you know, just deal with the responses as
Okay,
being raised.
great.
Thank you.
No, Chair, I think you hinted something with regard to the staff that is being demoralized. I am aware of that, especially with Mjaji Sloof. I think one of the challenges is that when officials continuously get threatened and being insulted by clients, especially on issues that are dependent on another office, then it becomes a problem. Mjaji Sloof, chairperson, has been attacked by clients on several occasions simply because of a mistake that I think it happened when they were taking in ID for collection into the office. It took almost 3 months for that issue to be resolved because now clients will go into the office, the officials could not be able to release those IDs. And then as such, they felt, they continuously got insulted, but at the same time, they also felt that we are not providing them with the necessary support. But we have eventually dealt with that issue. But I think the other issue, Chair, which also talks to most of the offices, is the issue of the capacity. The impact in terms of the capacity make it impossible for officials to be able to render the services to all the clients on time and efficient. And that in itself is creating a problem because it leads to a lot of insults, frustrated clients that needs to be serviced when hands are really not there to be able to assist them. So the issue of capacity, it cut across. Its implication is that if you don't have enough capacity, obviously, you'll not provide the necessary services on time. You'll frustrate clients. Officials will get frustrated. That will lead to long queues and also the issue of the office not being able to do what is supposed to be done. That part is there. On the ICT, I'm going to leave it to Mama Labane. She'll respond to that because she remains the head of ICT in the province and also on the offices that are on EP. So she'll deal with that. On the issue of uniform, the uniform continues to be procured. And I think the only problem is that we did not receive uniform 100%. There are some pieces of uniform that we've managed to receive, and then we have tried by all means to make sure that as and when it is received, it is delivered to the officials. Then there was an issue, Chair, that was raised with regard to the issue of the IDs. When I was making the presentation, I skipped the slide, Chairperson, that talks to the number of IDs that as a province we've managed to issue, and also how many of those IDs are first issues, which also addresses the question on those that are going to be voting for the first time. So it is covered in the presentation, it is there. It shows how many IDs have been issued, and then it also reflects the number of the uncollected IDs that we've got in our offices. And then when it comes to those that will be on the voters' roll for the first time, that number, even in terms of the presentation, Chair, of course, it will be appearing under those people that are applying for their IDs for the first time, because mostly those are people that are still, that have just reached their age of 16 or 18, who are acquiring their IDs for the first time. Then the other issue is on the issue of the BAPS. Yes, it continues to be used in offices. Then the question is, how do we deal with people that do not have data? All the offices, Chair, the department has procured a tablet where all our officials, as and when people are moving into our offices who cannot be able to book, then they assist them with those tablet is departmentally procured, and the data there is maintained by the department. Now, the other issue, Chair, that has also been raised is how then do we deal with people that have not booked? I think we are addressing them as walk-ins, especially in some of the areas that are rural, where people are not able to do the bookings. We have got a process where all offices are supposed to make sure that at any given time they have to address walk-ins. And what we have also implemented is having dedicated counters. The AP model, Chair, is assisting us. It was difficult when we were still using the photo booth, because with the AP model, you can direct these walk-ins to a specific counter in an office, because each and every counter has got all the other peripherals within that area. And then there was an issue with regard to the warning letters, Honorable Mukhale. I signed the performance agreement with Mr. Mavuso. Mr. Mavuso expects me that every week I must make sure that I register so many births. And then when I have not performed, end of the quarter, I get lashed, and by Mr. Mavuso and also by DG. So the people that have been issued with those warning letters are not those officials that are running around. is the people that are behind me. These are people that are responsible for management of the districts. When they don't achieve, I will not achieve. So these are the people that are issued with the warnings. It's not those one, Honorable Mokhale. And then I think the other issue is on the issue of the network issue. I'm going to allow Mama Lapani to also address us in terms of that, the impact in terms of the network and the issues that it leaves our officials and also the clients too. And then the other issue that I think some, in terms of the vacancy, Majele has covered, because the effect is basically the same. The implication of no sufficient security. Obviously, if you don't have security, there's a challenge in terms of access to the office, access control. But the other issue will also be that our officials' life will also be in danger. And that is the implication. That is why when it comes to the issue of security, it's a must-have that all offices must just make sure that we've got the security. And I think the last one for me is on the issues, the challenges of that one raised in terms of immigration, Chair and Honorable Mokhale. They are on the presentation. They've been included on the presentation also, all those challenges.
That was the last one, eh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That is the
Ms.
last
Malapane?
Chair.
No, it's okay. We'll come back to you. Ms. Malapane, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, DDG Mabuso, and the Honorable House at large. DDG Mabuso, I acknowledge what the chairperson said about the system downtime. Especially because during the week where we had the portfolio committee in the province of Limpopo, we had a system downtime from the 2nd of February until to the 4th of February. And then upon escalation to the team of specialists in Hallmark building, the team was dispatched to Sita, Centurion, where they discovered that there is a server which is not connecting or communicating with the offices in the provinces, because that issue was all over South Africa, but it was eventually resolved. And then secondly, Honorable member mentioned about the IT capacity in the provinces, where a colleague of mine complained about her being alone, taking care of all the issues of IT by herself. Honorable member, what I can say to you is currently the capacitation of the IT in the provinces, we are placed in each and every district. For example, in Limpopo, we are 5, in every district of the Limpopo. But, Honorable Member, in one of the sessions where Minister is engaging the staff of Home Affairs, the acting DDGHR promised to capacitate IT, even though it's going to be on a contract basis, but she pledged that she's going to capacitate us. And then Honorable Mokhale on the EPIN model. Currently, the department is upgrading the current live capture system in the department. We have introduced what we call web live capture. This is the new version of live capture with added security features. And that process is being implemented in phases. So in Limpopo, I'm going to talk of Limpopo because this is the province where I come from. This is where I am taking care of the IT. So in Limpopo, out of the 25 modernized offices, 9 are already on web. And then on the web, there is a new model that is very interesting that we call Apping. And then Apping is currently implemented in 5 offices. Apping model is where a client walks to a one counter, all the services are done, the pictures, the fingerprints, everything is done. Then when you leave that counter, then you go out. So that model is implemented it's in Limpopo, it's in Polokwane, it's in Seshego, it's in Mulemole and Masisi. So since I said that process is phased out, it's implemented phase by phase, then eventually all the offices will be having that model. But though we have dependencies.
Ms. Malapan, did I hear you that that app is in Limpopo?
Yes, the Apping model. Limpopo does have Apping model.
Okay.
Where you walk in and then you.
Okay.
Yes, and then Chair, this is the very model that is going to address the issue of capacity in our offices. And then the other thing that was the other issue that was raised by the honorable member just behind Honorable Magali, though I forgot his name, apologies.
Honorable Ngubani.
It's the issue of SMSs that are saying your ID is ready for collection, but it doesn't say please make an appointment. This is where the branch appointment booking system comes in. Yes, we have noted that, honorable member, and then in our meetings as IT, we are talking to the developers to say that the moment a client receives an SMS that is saying your ID is ready for collection, can they also include a clause where it's going to say, please make an appointment with your specific office before you go there? We have addressed that, and hopefully DDG Mabuso will also facilitate the process so that it will be implemented. And then the other issue that was also raised again by the same honorable member is the record of the system downtime. Honorable Chair, let me apologize. I don't have, especially for Limpopo, I don't have that record. But I promise this house that as soon as when we get back into the province, I will sit down with the PM and then get the detailed report of the system downtime. And then there are issues, Honorable Chair, that are causing system downtime in the offices. We've got a network part of it.
Let me assist you on that point.
Okay.
I think you have sufficiently highlighted key issues that these committee members must take note. And we are fully aware that the downtime matter is not necessarily hosted by provinces. What I think wanted to get a sense is how negative it impacts on the service on the ground, so that those that are responsible at national level, the deputy minister is here, are able to account fully. So we don't want to be unfair to you to respond to some of the issues that we know that the competency reside with the head office here. So if you can summarize on some of those issues.
Thank you, Chair. As I was saying, Chair, there are two issues that are causing our system to be down. Number one, it's the network part of of our offices, and then secondly is the system itself. In terms of the network, I am talking about the data lines or the cables that are managed by CETA. So what we have done as the department, like in Jane First, we are running on two network lines. We are running on Vodacom. We also running on fiber. In case this one is down, then the other one takes over. But currently in Limpopo, it's in Jane First, because this is the, what do we call it, the testing part of it. They want to see the effect of that a model. But in Invest, I can assure you we've got 2 redundancy line. And then the other part of it, it's this, our system stability itself. Remember, our system is integration of 3 systems, is the ABIS, where our fingerprints are stored. It's the National Population Register. It's the biometric access control part of it, the security part of it, where our officials, after each and every transaction, then they confirm that this is the true reflection of what I have done today, then they authenticate. So the disadvantage is if one part of the system fails, then obviously it's going to affect the entire system. This is where the problem is. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Malapan. I think you have given us proper details around some issues that were not, Mr. Ngasana.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the opportunity, Chairperson, honorable members, Deputy Minister. No, Chair, mine, I'll just make comments, on the issues that my colleagues have presented. So firstly, Chairperson, I will agree, that the infrastructure, that we operate in some cases, it's not up to standard. There's no sufficient waiting area for our clients. There's no sufficient area even for our staff, that work in those offices. So couple that with the undercapacity that Mr. Matsaong is talking about, then yes, you get that burnout. So those are issues that, and Honorable Mohale, I agree with you. There is problems in some offices with compliance, with OSH. But what constrains us, Chairperson, would love, to go and fix all the more than 300 sites, of the department. But unfortunately, the mandate, as the committee is aware, is that in terms of Kiyama, my colleagues at Department of Public Works have to run, with that are the ones that procure space. They are the ones that enter into these agreements, with landlords. However, Chairperson, we've not basically sort of, despite these problems, as a department, we've not basically set back, and did nothing. We have, with the support of the Deputy Minister, and DG and DDGs, is that we have requested exemptions, from Kiyama, and we have received a limited, not in the manner that I had other members were saying, why don't you transfer the whole mandate, to departments? Maybe that would work better, and probably that would be an ideal Chairperson, to then have that full mandate, so that we are able to deal with these issues. And also, Chairperson, if we have that mandate, then Chairperson can deal directly, with let me call myself let me call that a Chairperson, instead of coming to every portfolio committee and saying Public Works this, Public Works this, Public Works this, and then you never get link the accountability. So that mandate, if the House feels strongly, something that at high level, Chairperson, you can take up, So, but Chairperson, we have been granted that limited mandate, and it has assisted us such that we have those 7 malls that we've opened. The one that Honorable Ngubane is talking about in Manly, but there was an issue but it's not equitable. All these malls are in the urban areas, well-serviced urban areas. So, Chairperson, as we speak, there is a letter that we've dispatched from our minister to the Minister from Minister Home Affairs to Minister Public Works, requesting, an extension of this mandate, just for, at this instance, just to cater for malls, So one of them is the office that we are visiting tomorrow, Chairperson, the Atlantis office, we've been evicted where we are currently operating, and we've identified a space, where we can move in quickly and be established. But unfortunately, again, the issue of mandate. So our minister has written to the Minister of Public Works if we could get that mandate to attend to the Atlantis. But we've made it general, Chairperson, so that we cover issues like, in rural areas, for instance, we in Atiukua, I had one member is from the Eastern Cape, in Atiukua, in Flagstaff, those are the areas that we want to cover, where we don't have sufficient space, and we think if we can get that mandate, we can assist that. In Ulundi, Nongoma, from Honorable Ngubane, those are areas that we want to sort of look at as well. And but in as much as we want to do that, Chairperson, we should also be cognizant of the fact that it's dependent on limited budget. So we want to go full out, but also we are cognizant of the budget. But despite that, we have attended some on our own, as a department, on some of the offices, to do improvements, create more space for staff, create more space for our clients. And I'm happy my colleague has already mentioned them, Seshiho, Mole, Molechi. We are currently busy in Molechi at the moment. The other office that was a problem was the practitioner. As we speak, Chairperson, work is going on there too, even though there's an issue to match it with corporates that, but we said at the moment, because what is still services clients there, we are doing some improvements there. And all of those we get when we write to public, we say, please, can you allow us permission to do this work? When they say yes, we then go in with our own contractors. So in next financial year, talking on Limpopo, we are looking at Kiani. I see Chairperson did mention it, Bilabila. That office was closed down in terms of OSH. Municipality has given us a space to do, so we're going to go in there and do all these improvements, and also including that one-stop type of counter, what we call the Epping model. We've done that in Delmas and Middleburg in Mpumalanga for that, some improvements we've done there. MLO, office is non-compliant. We've identified a state-owned building, where we want to go in, and do our work. And we know that Public Works is also working on a long-term strategy. I think some members did allude to the fact that why don't we go to state-owned, dilapidated buildings. Public Works is working on the strategy, and we are busy with submissions on where we would like to be located. But there's a long-term strategy, Chairperson. So in the meantime, we have to attend to issues. I had Mala being mentioned. The Mala office in the Department of Home Affairs has attended to that flooding that happened there. All the roofs are currently being repaired, and all the damage that was done is currently being repaired. In the case of Hazy View, which also one of the members mentioned, we are talking to Public Works to be relocated to better facilities, because that the location of that office is not in the right area. And then, Chairperson, other strategies, is the banks. As Chairperson will know, I'm sure it's been presented to this committee, that once we get traction, with the banks, that will assist us, in dealing with these issues. And then in case of Toyando, in fact, there's two projects related in a similar state as Toyando. So Toyando was started by Public Works and is not completed. The other one is in Stenga, Kwatuguza in KZN. Again, it's the same problem. Public Works had contractors that were appointed there. We had numerous meetings with those contractors, but eventually, I think Public Works had to cancel those contracts. I think the delays has been just to finalize those contractual issues so that they are completely out of sight. So I can then share with the committee that Public Works have recently written to the department that they are ready to restart Toyando and Stenga, and they require X amount of a sort of budget to do that. But in the response, the DG Public Works has then said, it's fine, we can grant them, but they need to give us proper timelines, that these are completed, among both of these projects, Chairperson, as you've seen Toyando, they're just 80% complete, so they don't need 2 years to complete, so we've alluded to that fact. If they are finished earlier, it will be, as you've requested, just to get on our own view, as you've requested, just to get on our own view, on on when you do the next provinces, that these are the offices in the provinces, these are our infrastructure challenges, what are we doing about it as Home Affairs, what is public is doing, and what is the timeline and all of that. We'll take gladly to that President Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ngasana, for that detail. Public Works.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honourable members. Yeah, just briefly before I give over to my colleague next to me to respond on certain issues.
Just bring the mic closer.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Maybe first start with the remarks of Honourable Mogale. Yes, the presentation was only focused on the two properties as we were briefed. But yes, we will have a full presentation next time of all the facilities in the whole country, as indicated, focusing on the OHH issues, etc. The remark on the design of the offices, I support that fully, because we want to have a look and feel for the offices. But of course, it is based on the particular geographical area and the shape of land. The complaints box is also fully supported and noted, but we will we're waiting the request officially from Home Affairs to assist in that. On the issue of the mandate, it is not something just that comes from Home Affairs, but from any departments. Yes, it is our mandate to provide office accommodation, and we are also the custodian, or one of the custodians of state land. Chair, colleagues, in terms of Section 18 of Kiyama, yes, the minister can assign the custodial function to another organ of state or department. But this is a decision on ministerial level. Yes, so it can happen. There was a question or remark, do we explore the acquisition of buildings from landlords? Yes, we started with that now. Actually, from the police, we identified now 2 buildings which we're going to acquire. But yes, we started that process. But we've got also a strategy for lease to own, where we lease and we'll own the property eventually. As my other colleague also indicated, we've got a long-term strategy in terms of the office precinct development, where we want, especially that all the security cluster departments is in state-owned buildings, which is owned by ourselves, in a precinct development, like a one-stop center. Why are we struggling to provide, I will say, office accommodation on time? It's about the budget. Remember, the budget is not with us, it is with the user department, the client department, and then the space. Remember, we to itemize billing to the user departments. For landlords, we pay 140 Rand average. When it comes to government departments, 23 Rand, 24 Rand per square meter. So that is the difference. But we're looking at that to increase that and to provide better services. We acknowledge that. I think we've got a plan to improve on our turnaround. We've got a turnaround plan on service delivery, especially to provide office accommodation. I will ask Mr. Mabinja to assist in responding to some of the issues related especially to the procurement of leases, and then also the RM, Butani Mavuli, to assist just on the why were education in that particular building in Groblersdal, as well as just to give a remark on the Toyando matter. Thank you, Chair, for you.
When you respond, also, you must take note that you are still going to be required to come to the committee to give full response. I'm just mindful of the time that we're going to the House now. Yeah, I'm just giving an alert. You can summarize on the key areas before DDG and the DM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I think much has already been covered in terms of the areas that concern leasing as well as the state-owned, but mine would just emphasize on the issue of the leasing. Leasing of these 2 properties, Limpopo and Groblersdal. It's a matter that which we intend to address as the department. We got the letters from the Department of Home Affairs, which are seeking approval for us to consider allowing them to do the maintenance, repairs, and renovations. However, our view is that, Chairperson, we can actually do the lease renewal on these specific leases because they are already expired. And they are both of them are running on month to month. There are no actual valid leases that which we can have. And then it will also correct the issues of nominal rental, which was done previously. Me and him were not there at the time when it was done. But we can actually correct because now we are there. And then that issue of the lease renewal renders actually that opportunity for us to make sure that we align the rental tariffs, at least to be market related, so that they can assume their responsibility as landlords to maintain. Like we are doing with all privately owned buildings. With the Pulukwane one, where they are now charging 174 rand per square meter. And yet on this one is only 29 rand per square meter. Therefore, there is no way that one can actually be able to fully maintain that specific area. And then our also issue is the over-reliance on leases as a department. I think that is what the executive now authority is working on, to say that let's prioritize our state-owned facilities and make sure that before we can actually talk about the ballooning budget, which is almost 6 billion per annum as a department across all user departments that we provide accommodation to. Basically, that is what we intend to do. And then there was also a question, when did DPW become aware of the inability of the lessors? It was when we tried to enforce the provisions of the contracts that which we have. And then we really realized that as much as they would promise and commit, but there is no actual money that supports their commitment. And then lastly, Chair, because other issues we can deal with them as we come back, the issue that which was raised also of the standard designs, and then we can also indicate to the committee that ISA is in the process of developing standard designs for various service-oriented departments. We talk about SAPs, we talk about health clinics, schools, and then Home Affairs is coming on the second phase of that project, also to be looked at by ISA. Basically that, I will leave others, Chair, because of time constraints, so that we can deal with them as we come back as a department to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. DDG, Mavuso.
No, thanks, Chair. I'll try and take 2 to 3 minutes. So, Chair, I think colleagues have been talking about something called the EPIC model. I think it's an internal language more than anything else. Basically, when we were doing the refugee center, a concept was developed where you are able to take your fingerprints, your photo in the same booth. So you don't have to move to the photo booth. So that model was designed here in Epping at the refugee center. So we have now taken it and utilized it in other offices. That's where the term Epping model that I thought I should just explain. I think there are a number of issues that have been raised. Honorable Bolman raises an issue of access in terms of modernizing offices. And as as we have said, if you look at Nkangala, I mean, if the line of Ngomhlanga to Siabuswa is not modernized, those offices. So those are some of the areas that we are focusing on. But the bigger issue in some of the rural communities, as Honorable Ngubane was saying, that you go to Manlin is posh, but you go to other areas, it doesn't have that. It's the issue of infrastructure. The physical infrastructure itself is a challenge in those areas. In Siabuswa, for an example, it's one area that we want to be able, those people are really disserviced together with Gamslang. So that's one issue. But also, Honorable Ngubane raises an issue of connectivity. So, Chair, most of the telecommunication companies really, because of the high cost of investing in IT infrastructure, they tend not to invest a lot in rural areas. And because the laying, fiber in mountainous and farmland becomes very costly for them. But also they look at the population density and others. So that is why connectivity through satellite, for an example, will be an ideal. I'm told that MTN is also attempting such with a low orbiting satellite to try and deal with that particular issue. So those are issues that I thought I should just highlight. Then, Chair, I think the colleagues have spoken about the issue relating capacity and also the communication strategy that we're going to develop for the uncollected IDs. We are going to be ramping up a communication plan on the collected IDs to ensure that the first time issue clients are not disadvantaged when it comes to voting for the first time. But interestingly, I was in Cresta about 2 weeks ago to collect, with my daughter to collect the first ID, smart ID card as a first time issue. And the number of uncollected documents, it's shocking. You know, the officials were saying to us, these 16-year-olds, 17, they don't come back to collect their documents. So that's one of the issues I think that as parents, but also collection is much more faster. I mean, we stood in the queue up until we finished because we wanted to ensure that we go through a process. But Chair, I think those are some of the issues. Chair, we are constrained in terms of time, but I think there are other issues that my colleagues have responded to on infrastructure. Just to indicate that on this issue of infrastructure, Chair, we've seen the difference between the quality of life of our employees. I think the honourable member talked about ablution facilities. Honourable Mudise, precisely the point. The quality of life of our employees, of the clients, has improved when on those offices that we have relocated to the malls. That is why our view is that as government, where we don't have to invest on infrastructure, we need to tap on the existing infrastructure. Interestingly, most of those malls are giving us places without paying any rent. So it's a leverage and an advantage to government to be able to do that. We know that it's not all offices that we can relocate to the malls, but I think in some way where we can, we should do. But where we cannot, I think we should then obviously work with public works. This has been a long-standing issue, particularly issues of ablution facilities. For us, I think it's a priority in relation to our offices. And then the last issue, Chair, is in relation to Honorable Ngoben raises a number of issues in relation to the compensation and also how do we deal with the issue of illegal migrants. I think we've indicated, obviously, the issue of enforcement that continues, but the compensation of employees' budget is declining. That's the truth. That is why we want to employ models where people are able to self-service, also utilize digital platforms to be able to deal with it. Post office building in Durban, it will be interesting to look into that. We've seen a lot of post office buildings, Chair, that we have taken over for digitization project. There's a post office building in Church Square where we're doing the indexing of digitized record. It was dilapidated. It was a horror house. So we've turned it into a working space, which is much more decent, and we will continue to do so because we're also helping the post office that they're able to generate revenue from that. We took their hub in Silverton, which was dilapidated. If I can show you the pictures before and after, you will actually be surprised. So I agree, there's good post office buildings that we need to deal with it. The last issue is on BABS. There's work that we are doing. It is true that BABS is a problem. It has been actually, I would say, hacked. And we are working, our IT is working to deal with it because one office in Dwedwe, in KZN, they were indicating that there are people who are bussed from Guamashu to be brought into the office, because someone has taken over those laws. So IT is investigating that and obviously trying to ensure that we secure the BABs in a much more better way. Thank you, Chair. We'll stop there, but I think there's still a number of questions that we still have to provide answers for. My take is that we have to probably send a written response to some. Thank you.
Thank you, TTG. We'll now invite DM.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair, and greetings to the members of the committee. I think we are conscious of time also, and as a result, we'll then have to give some of the responses in writing so that members can get the answers to some of them. I will try to be very quick, Chair. The first aspect is the one that we always make, that we appreciate the work that is being done by the Portfolio Committee when they do go and conduct oversight, because it gives us a third eye on our operations. And I think today, in terms of the provinces that visited and the oversight, it did give us feedback. And I'm happy that some of the members are saying from the time that they visited and the time in which the presentation is being made, there are interventions that have been made. And it signals to the good work that is being done and the necessity for us to work together. Chair, we cannot downplay the problem we have with our infrastructure as a result of public works. I think we can't, we are talking about, Mr. Nxasana is talking about 2 offices. It's actually 3 offices. You have your Stenger office being delayed, you have your Tohoyando office being delayed, you have your Taung office being delayed. And we have, on a number of occasions, written letters to request interventions. So I will really plead with the colleagues from Public Works to respond to interventions that we need, because we are not our own landlords. And it is interventions that we've made through the malls. That is why you see that there is a better service in the mall than we have in some of our areas, because of who the landlord is. And I think our issue with regards to the mall is not because we want to service the high end. We understand that in terms of the traffic that goes to the mall, 60% of it is of people who arrive there by taxi. So it's not as if because we've moved to the mall, therefore you think we are just saving affluent people only. No, no, no. You are also servicing our own people who also go to those malls. Yes, it's not ideal that we have rural offices not being maintained well and wanting to do that. One of the problems that I think we've noted is the mismatch, Chair, around targets being met as against experiences of the people in the ground. Yes, we have a responsibility. Mr. Matsauk is saying that we'll have to fire certain people, because at the end of the day, we are measured with these percentages and actually delivering. But more than that, we have interventions that we are making, like culture change initiatives, where if you go to an office in East London, you find that the situation is bad. But the same office, months later, under new branch manager, you get better service. So it means there are those mismatches in terms of how our managers and the ground soldiers who are working the department are servicing clients. And that is why we are making those interventions. I have quite a lot of issues I wanted to respond to. On the issue of ID collections, and I think I must make this point now, the system in South Africa, for you to vote, you must register to vote. I know that there are private members' bills that are being canvassed of saying that, no, you don't need to do that. But currently, it is the law that you must register. And for you to register, it means you will have obtained or have your ID in hand. And as a result, I want to allay fears that in terms of the work we do, no one is not going to vote because they say they don't have an ID. Even the ones who have IDs being taken by Mashonisas, they can still go on the election day or on the day of registration and go and apply for temporal ID. We align our working hours with the IEC to make sure that no one is left behind. By the way, it is illegal for those Mashonisas to be busy keeping people's identity document, and we will clamp on them. And the issue of capacity is also collated with the issue of the caps. You will remember over time we've been raising this, that Treasury imposes caps on the department, that your cost of employees cannot go beyond this level. And those are also contributing. I think the issue of banks will also assist us in terms of capacity issues, because we don't have to recruit staff, we have to train those that are there. We can then argue the issue of sovereignty and all other things, but it assists in terms of building capacity. The digital platforms, again, that we're talking about, it's not for the rich. And I must make that very clear. In terms of research, the penetration of South Africans who have access to smartphones is well above 90%. That is why your granny at home is able to pick up a phone and send you a WhatsApp, because they have access to this. And the way we design the apps does not need for you to carry an advanced smartphones, even the smartphone with basic features. So those digital platforms will be able to reach out. I mean, if you look at it, about 96% of households have access to at least one. So in a household, you will have one person having a smartphone. So we don't intend to go there. I think on the long-term strategy, we will make interventions, Chair. We take your advice seriously on the issue of making immediate improvements in how we deal with issues. Unfortunately, the honorable member has left, but I wanted to say, Chair, and ask the committee, what do we prefer? Do we want results, or do you want us to be very aggressive when we speak and then deliver less results? For me, I think what is important is for us to deliver results. And I think the interventions with the SIU has been, work that we have been committed to over time. And if you look at the figures, for instance, I know there is a perception that people saying, go and overhaul all those employees of Home Affairs. But the 2030 visas are attached to only 11 people. 11 people issuing 2030 visa. So when you discipline, when you fire, you can't then say, I'm firing everyone. You have to deal with the 11 and then deal with the mitigating circumstances that come from there. But I think Chair will respond to the issues in writing, considering the issue of time. Thank you.
No, thanks, honorable members. I initially said we'll a follow-up question, but we're not going to move to that direction because that you must be in the House. And thanks, Deputy Minister, and leading the team and Public Works, and both the PMs from Mpumalanga and Limpopo, and Mr. Ngasana, and Ms. Malapani for taking the committee into confidence on some of the key issues that are a challenge in your space of work. We'll then move in that direction. One, that comprehensive report of Public Works, including the proposal by Mr. Ngasana that Home Affairs may also indicate areas of the report. When we meet with the next team, Mr. Matonzi, the DDG Mavus will also take some of the responses which could not have fielded in this meeting, because also they are more related in terms of the work that you are doing. But I want to appreciate for even taking time to interact with the committee. It's an important session which we've been looking for, so that we interact with members on the ground. PMs, go and appreciate to those that continuously doing good to service our people, but also making sure that we stand firm of what is coming out on the report of the SIU. As I've indicated earlier, there's a work that they have been doing for over a period of time to date. Thanks, members. The meeting stands adjourned.